Chapter 505. He smiled proudly and said, "But after so many years, only these 5 items are qualified to be placed here by me." Duke Yu walked forward slowly and said, "Come, let me introduce them to you." As he spoke, he walked to the front of the first shelf. Chu Yang saw very clearly that these were 3 grains of black sand. They looked very ordinary. "This is Heavenly River sand." When Duke Yu said these 3 words, it was as if a thunderbolt had struck in Chu Yang's heart. Heavenly River sand. The legendary Heavenly River sand that could turn something rotten into something magical. A grain of Milky Way sand could transform a trash that practiced chi reversal into an unparalleled genius. Whether it was his aptitude or his comprehension, it would increase by thousands of times. Heavenly River sand was originally not something that belonged to this world. Instead, it was a treasure left behind by the legendary person who created the heavens. Where it came from was no longer known. But the Heavenly River sand's function was not limited to this. The Milky Way sand was something that could turn anything rotten into something magical. If ordinary iron was used to forge a weapon, if a grain of Heavenly River sand was added, it could cut through iron like mud. If one was lucky enough to refine a grain of Heavenly River sand in his meridians, then no matter how he cultivated, he would not encounter any bottlenecks. But if one wanted to refine this thing, they would need a supreme opportunity and fate. Without fate, even a supreme martial artist would not be able to refine it. And Duke Yu actually had 3 grains here. There were originally 4 grains of this thing, but I had refined one before. So it became 3 grains. That's why I was able to make a comeback in a very short time after being crippled. Duke Yu looked at Chu Yang and smiled. He said, "When I refined this thing, I was only 3 years old." "I understand." Chu Yang suddenly realized. Yes, you understood half of it. Chu Yang did not say what he understood, but Duke Yu directly said that he only understood half of it, and his tone was very certain. "Oh, but what is the other half?" Chu Yang asked. "You only understood that refining this Heavenly River sand requires a red heart without any distracting thoughts. But you did not know that it not only requires a red heart, but also an innate spirit." Duke Yu said lightly, "For example, someone like me. So that's how it is." Chu Yang suddenly realized. He lost interest in this plaything. Good stuff, this is a good stuff. No wonder Duke Yu was able to refine it so quickly. However, this thing was useless to Chu Yang. After all, not everyone had the same background as Duke Yu. Chi Xan was easy to find, but an innate spiritual body like Duke Yu was even harder to find than the Heavenly River sand. It seems like you're not interested. Duke Yu smiled and walked to the second shelf. This is purple crystal jade essence. It's one of the lesser things I have here, but it's a treasure of this layer of heaven. It's very hard to find. Purple crystal jade essence. These words made Chu Yang's heart skip a beat. Wasn't his identity, jade, token the purple crystal jade essence? Stepping forward to take a closer look, he held it in his hand. Regardless of whether it was the color or the feel of it, it was exactly the same as his own piece of purple crystal jade essence. Furthermore, when he recalled the shape of the jade token, it seemed to be able to merge with the one in front of him. It was as if they were originally a single entity. This seems to be missing a piece. It feels a little incomplete. Chu Yang said tentatively, "Your eyesight is really good. Speaking of which, there's a story behind this piece of purple crystal jade essence." Duke Yu smiled. There was a trace of nostalgia in his eyes. There was even a bit of warmth. Back then, when I was traveling in the upper 3 heavens, a family happened to buy a piece of heavenly crystal stone. They spent a huge sum of money. At that time, there were a few other people and I who were bidding for it. However, it was won by that guy. I didn't have enough money with me, and I wasn't willing to use treasures to exchange for it. Then I had a chance to drink with that person at the same table. We got along very well. He then invited me to see the heavenly crystal stone with my own eyes. At that time, I was also very curious about that stone, so I went, "You must know that once a heavenly crystal stone is cut open, it's either purple crystal, blue crystal, or white crystal inside. Before it's opened, no one can see it. Although I had some confidence that the heavenly crystal stone could contain something good, I didn't dare to be sure. So I followed to verify my own eyesight. In the end, when it was cut open, it turned out to be a big piece of variegated purple crystal. That old man was very depressed. Duke Yu recalled the events of that year and smiled very happily, but when it reached that level, I sensed that there was a very restrained aura of treasure inside. So I suggested that he use the crystal grinding hand to grind out the variegated purple crystal. He listened to my advice. After he finished grinding, he actually took out a piece of rare purple crystal jade essence from inside. "It's this piece," Duke Yu said. In order to thank me, he divided this piece of purple crystal jade essence into 2 pieces and gave me half of it. At that time, his granddaughter was about to get married and his great-grandson was about to be born. So he made his half into 2 pieces of jade. 2 pieces of jade. Chu Yang's heart beat like a drum. In that instant, he felt that his eyes were a little blurry. That old man then asked me to carve a name on those 2 pieces of jade. 1 piece was prepared for his great-grandson, and the other piece was prepared for his great-grandson. I still remember that I used my supreme martial arts and martial saint strength to carve a word on the inside of the jade essence without damaging the surface of these 2 pieces of jade. "What word?" Chu Yang asked anxiously. "I've carved the word Yang on one of the pieces, and the word Chu on the other piece." Duke Yu smiled in a carefree manner. Chu Yang's whole body trembled. The secret of his identity jade had finally been unintentionally solved today. It was a gift from his grandfather, and the word on it was actually carved by Duke Yu himself. What's wrong with this world? What kind of topsy-turvy world is this? Chu Yang grumbled in his heart, but his eyes couldn't help but heat up a little. Of course, at that old man's request, I also spent some money to set up a restriction. At that time, I once jokingly said, "Old man, I can carve this word today. In the future, when your child is born, you can drip the blood from the tip of the baby's tongue onto this piece of jade, and it can be combined with the surname of the child. After 5 years, the connection will slowly become stronger and stronger. With my restriction, you won't be able to lose your child even if you want to." Duke Yu laughed heartily. Obviously, he remembered the strange expression on his old friend's face back then, and he quickly came to his senses. It's no wonder. That old man was wholeheartedly waiting for his great-grandson to come back, and this guy actually cursed him to lose his child. This was such a spoilsport. Chu Yang's lips twitched a few times, and he bitterly raised his head to look at this super crow mouth. Motherfucker. If you didn't say this back then, I might not have lost my child. Chapter 506. Not long after that incident, I was besieged and attacked. That elder brother of mine was seriously injured in order to help me. Even his clan was almost destroyed. There was a nostalgic look on Duke Yu's face as he said, "This piece of purple crystal jade essence isn't much of a treasure. However, the reason why I placed it here is because, in the entire heavens, only 1 person helped me back then. Asterisk asterisk Baidu search network's high-quality updates, the fastest asterisk asterisk. I kept it here as a sign of friendship," Duke Yu said slowly. "So that's how it is." Chu Yang's throat was dry. He felt that he wouldn't say anything else today. He kept repeating this sentence over and over again. So that's how it is. Too unexpected. Too amazing. It's a miracle. Looking at this guy's young face, he seemed to be less than 30 years old. I didn't expect him to have lived for so many years. Motherfucker, great-grandson? Didn't that mean that this guy was actually from my great-grandfather's generation? Brother Yu. Chu Yang laughed dryly. Huh. Duke, you looked at him with a puzzled expression. You want this? No. Brother Yu, cough cough. Brother Yu, Brother Yu. Chu Yang repeatedly called out Brother Yu a few times. He thought in his heart, motherfucker, I can even take advantage of this form of address. Calling him a few more times is better than being forced to call him Grandpa Yu later, right? Motherfucker, what is this? What is it? Duke Yu was puzzled. Cough cough. Brother Yu, what I mean is… Brother Yu, haven't you gone back to take a look for so many years? Chu Yang asked casually. I want to go back and take a look, but my current cultivation is not enough. Duke Yu sighed. If I go back, I'm afraid that I'll implicate my elder brother's clan and cause its destruction. How would I dare to go back? I changed my appearance and hid for 3 days for so many years because I didn't want them to be implicated by me. One of the Zai clans of the upper 3 heavens. How could it be so easy to deal with them? Duke Yu was somewhat disappointed. If they knew that I was crippled to such an extent and was still able to recover, this would be a secret that those Zai clans would dream of knowing. If someone were to discover that I was that person from back then, oh, I see. Chu Yang understood. He didn't expect that such a carefree person like Duke Yu would be so meticulous when it came to thinking for others. It's a pity that I haven't been able to see my elder brother all these years. I do miss him a little. Duke Yu's thoughts wandered. We should look at the 3rd treasure now. Chu Yang felt a chill run down his spine when he heard him call him elder brother. So he touched his nose and said, Damn it, you want to take advantage of me? No way. Even though the sword spirit was very depressed right now, he couldn't help but feel proud of it. This is the 3rd treasure. Duke, you looked at the white snowflakes on the 3rd lotus flower. His voice was heated as he said, But this thing, I can't give it to you even if you want it. I have a great use for it. I want to keep it. When I reach the bottleneck of the Supreme Being realm, I will use this thing to break through to the Supreme Being realm in one go. He took a deep look at the snow-white snowflakes and said, This is a snowflake that reaches the heavens. It only has one use, and that is to break through. All right then. Chu Yang spread out his hands. Since you don't want to give it to me, what's the point of talking about it? Next one. Chu Yang really wasn't interested in this snowflake, because this thing was used to break through to the Supreme Being realm. How long would it take for him to break through to the Supreme Being realm? Even though this thing could be kept in Duke Yu's hands, it would probably fuse with his body before he could store it in the tribulation space. And this thing could help a saint-level cultivator break through to the Supreme Being realm. How much energy would it contain? Even the sword spirit wouldn't be able to extract the energy before he exploded and died in that case. He would become the first tribulation sword master in history to die of greed. The 4th one is the real gift I prepared for you. Duke Yu smiled and said, This is a piece of sun and moon ointment. He smiled and said, I promised you purple crystal core at first, but I really don't have that thing here. I wanted to replace it with purple crystal jade essence. Even though it's much more precious than purple crystal core, it's the least valuable thing in my treasury. But when it came to it, I realized that I still couldn't bear to give it to you because it's a favor. Duke, you looked at that piece of purple crystal jade essence. His eyes were full of deep emotions. He slowly said, So I can only give you this piece of sun and moon ointment. I've really taken advantage of you. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. He felt dizzy and disoriented about this huge favor that had fallen from the sky. The tribulation sword was already rolling in excitement when the sun and moon ointment returned to his body. It can also be considered as repayment for the mysterious jade ice crystal and mysterious yang jade that you gave me. Duke Yu smiled and said, You're really good at doing business. The mysterious jade ice crystal and mysterious yang jade can't be compared to the sun and moon ointment in terms of value. But I have no use for the sun and moon ointment. And those 2 things are exactly what I need urgently but can't find. He laughed and said, when a person is hungry, he can use 500 kilograms of gold to exchange for a steamed bun. It depends on the situation at that time. 500 kilograms of gold can't buy a life, but a steamed bun can save a life. This is the principle. He tilted his head and looked at Chu Yang. Tell me, is it worth it to exchange a steamed bun for gold? It's worth it. Chu Yang smiled calmly and said, no matter what, I've taken advantage of you today. Except for the purple crystal jade essence, the other 4 things in this treasury are all my family's property. They've existed since I was born. Duke, you laughed. It can be considered as a gift from my ancestors. Now that I've given it to someone, I don't know if those dead people will crawl out of their graves to settle accounts with me. He took down the sun and moon ointment as he said this and handed it to Chu Yang. He was really free and easy. He didn't even look reluctant to part with it. It was as if he had thrown out a piece of trash. Chu Yang also smiled and said, since that's the case, I really need it. I won't stand on ceremony. He kept the sun and moon ointment. The sun and moon ointment, as its name implied, was a kind of strange energy that was formed by the fusion of the essence of the sun and the moon in the sky. After countless years of condensation, the essence of the sun and the moon converged in one place. It was as soft as cotton and as light as nothing. This kind of thing was especially useful for sabers and swords. Any saber or sword, as long as a little of it was smeared on it, it would be nourished by the blood and slowly develop spiritual intelligence. Although this was a long process, it was a peerless function that nothing else could replace. What was the difference between a weapon that had its own spiritual intelligence and an ordinary divine weapon? It couldn't even be compared. Moreover, the weapon that had been smeared with the sun and moon ointment would have the ability to remember. No matter how damaged the weapon was, it would automatically recover to its best state. And this was the function that the Calamity Sword lacked. As long as the sun and moon ointment was melted into the Calamity Sword, then the divine weapons that the Calamity Sword created in the future would also have this ability. Indestructible. The returning Dantian sword spirit took a deep breath and muttered, it seems that the world has changed. The previous masters of the Calamity Sword didn't get such a good thing. But all the good things in this generation have automatically returned to the Calamity Sword. I fulfilled my promise to you, and it seems that you're very satisfied with it. Dookie smiled and said, now it's time for the bet. Heavenly Orchid, Heavenly Orchid, Heavenly Orchid, Heavenly Orchid. Xie Ling crazily shouted in his mind. Well, there's one more thing. Chu Yang took a deep breath and felt the urging of the sword spirit in his mind. Then he probed. Your heavenly orchid is of great use to me. I don't know if, brother Yu, can you use it? Chu Yang thought for a long time, and several ideas spun in his mind. Then he finally decided to go straight to the point and directly state his purpose. After all, he would be the one to suffer losses if he played with Dukyu. Heavenly Orchid! Dukyu suddenly turned around and looked at Chu Yang's face with his sharp eyes. You want the Heavenly Orchid? Yes. Chu Yang looked straight at him and nodded without hesitation. Since you know about the Heavenly Orchid, then you should also know that this Heavenly Orchid is only 10,000 years old. Dukyu looked at him in a scrutinizing manner, and a 10,000-year-old Heavenly Orchid is an extremely toxic poison. It doesn't have the least bit of use. So what do you want it for? As for what I want it for, I can't tell you, Chu Yang calmly said. But I do want it, and it's of great use. Dukyu sneered and said, I promised you the purple crystal core, but I gave you the sun and moon ointment. You gave me the yin and yang jades, but I gave you an entire white crystal mine. King of Hell Chu, I don't owe you anything. So, why should I give you the Heavenly Orchid? But I don't know what you want. I can exchange it with you if I can. Chu Yang said carefully, what do I want? Dukyu suddenly burst into mournful laughter. His laughter reverberated in this sealed space for a long time. Then he looked at Chu Yang with his cold eyes and said, I've told you so much. Do you know my origin? Do you know the origin of this icy peak? Do you know the origin of the heavenly orchid? I don't know. You don't know anything. But you want the heavenly orchid from me? Dukyu laughed. The ignorant are fearless. I dare to ask for it because I don't know. Chu Yang insipidly said, I'm afraid that I wouldn't even have the courage to open my mouth if I knew these things that you've said. Brother Yu, your laughter is too loud. It's making my ears feel uncomfortable. Duke Yu's eyes flashed. He snorted. He naturally understood what Chu Yang meant by, your laughter is too loud. It's making my ears feel uncomfortable. 10,000 years ago, there was a peerless genius who integrated the heavenly layer. But he exterminated 5 races of the clan. Duke Yu's eyes flashed with a mysterious light. He said, This icy peak is the only heritage left behind by a certain race of the clan 10,000 years ago. In order to prevent the extinction of their bloodline, they exhausted the strength of the entire clan to preserve this heritage. The treasures inside this place are the remnants of the clan from 10,000 years ago. This heavenly orchid is a young plant from 10,000 years ago, he said heavily, and this duke 10,000 years ago was just an embryo in this space. I didn't have the help of any of my clansmen. I only relied on the strength of this heritage. And it took me 10,000 years to become a reincarnated human. There are 2 things. The first is to ask for monthly votes. I will continue to write. The fourth is Chapter 507. Dukyu sneered. Would you exchange this heavenly orchid for something if you were me? *** Baidu. Search network. High quality update. *** No. Chu Yang sighed. Sword Spirit also sighed in his mind. How could there be any hope if Duke Yu had said so? Duke Yu took a few steps forward and arrived at the passage. He looked at the heavenly orchid for a long time. His eyes were full of reluctance. Then he slowly said, This thing is precious, and it's the only living witness I have. But I can give it to you if you promise me one thing. What is it? Chu Yang's heart trembled. What is your identity? Duke Yu suddenly turned his head and looked at Chu Yang. Then he asked without rhyme or reason. Are you? Duke Yu approached him step by step. Brother Yu? Are you? Duke Yu said, Are you a dozen times in a row. The look in his eyes became even more ferocious. But he suddenly exposed a trace of contradiction and pain. Then he finally stopped and said, Do you have a strange storage space? Chu Yang turned pale with fright when he asked this question. But Chu Yang was even more surprised when he didn't ask this question. Duke Yu didn't ask this question clearly, but Chu Yang knew what it was. Don't worry. I will keep your secret. Duke Yu's forehead was sweating. He lowered his head in disappointment and said, I started to suspect you the first time I saw you. I started to be certain when I was outside the prefectural city. So I deliberately left and let you do your own thing. Diwu Ro came to look for me 3 days before you arrived. Duke Yu gently smiled, but his smile was full of complexity. So, I was half certain when I saw your cultivation when you came up. You plundered treasures and strange metals all the way here. So, I was basically certain. Duke Yu clasped his hands behind his back and laughed mischievously. There was a hint of self-mockery in his laughter as he said, Therefore, I originally wanted to find 2 purple crystal cores for you. However, I changed my mind and gave you the sun and moon ointment instead. Now, do you understand what I mean? Duke Yu tilted his head and looked at Chu Yang. Chu Yang took a deep breath. He felt that his thoughts were somewhat flustered, but he forced himself to calm down. Then he said in a low and deep voice, Duke Yu is indeed worthy of being called Duke Yu. Don't worry. No one in this world can link you to these clues apart from me and the big ruling clans of the upper three heavens. As for the hegemon clans, you don't have to worry about them for now. Even Diwu Qingro, who was in direct contact with you, only had a little guess. In fact, his chances of success are no more than 10 to 20%. That's why Diwu Qingro placed such a huge bet on you. He didn't hesitate to overthrow himself in order to fulfill your wish. Duke Yu snorted. 10 to 20%, and he dares to be so crazy? Chu Yang was a little puzzled. A 10 to 20% chance of success is already beyond our expectations. Diwu Qingro would risk everything to fight for this 1,000th chance, even if it's only 1,000 chance. Duke Yu chuckled. Diwu Qingro wouldn't leak your information. On the contrary, you're a rare commodity to him. He wouldn't even have enough time to hide it, because he has placed the hope of the Diwu clan on you. You're finished, and so is the Diwu clan. There's such a thing. Chu Yang was really at a loss. Where did this come from? Duke Yu smiled coldly. Take me for example. I really want to kill you, because you're the master of that thing's inheritance after all. But I can't kill you. Moreover, I have to protect you. In fact, I have to give you whatever you want. So, you have to promise me one thing. What is it? Chu Yang asked. Duke Yu had already mentioned this condition twice in a row. I only want you to promise me now. I'll mention it when the time is right. Duke Yu said. You don't know whether you can do it or not now. I also don't know whether you can do it or not. But I have to remind you that you'll be in a very difficult position if that day comes. Duke Yu sighed and said, So, you need to consider it carefully now. Chu Yang felt dizzy. You don't say anything. You want me to promise you, and then you want me to consider it carefully. What kind of statement is this? How can I consider it if you don't tell me anything? Can I consider it with my ass? Promise him. Promise him. Promise him, Sword Spirit madly bared his fangs and brandished his claws in Chu Yang's mind. He was jumping up and down. His remnant soul was so excited that his face turned red. Chu Yang lowered his head. He seriously and deeply considered it. It must be a very important thing for Duke Yu to say this. Moreover, I'll be in a very difficult position. Why am I in a very difficult position? Even now, the friendship between us is very close. Duke, you had helped me in Great Zhao and the Three Heavens, and he had also promised to be my brother's sparring partner. I would have fulfilled any condition that Duke Yu had put forward, even if he hadn't given me the heavenly orchid. But he would rather use a priceless heavenly orchid in exchange for an illusory promise. Why? This shows that this matter is related to the principles of the tribulation Sword Master. Chu Yang finally raised his head. He said with difficulty, I'm sorry, Brother Yu. I refuse. Sword Spirit screamed in Chu Yang's mind. He fell to the ground. His face was covered in tears as he cursed. Great Sword Master, you're a cheap pig. A cheap pig. Motherfucker, you rushed to ask for it when he didn't want to give it to you. But you pushed him away when he gave it to you with both hands. You're cheap. Why are you so cheap? My heavenly orchid. Boo-hoo! My divine soul is forever fixed. Boo-hoo! My cheap pig. Lord A disappointed look appeared on Duke Yu's face, but he nodded with gratification. You didn't agree. In fact, I was sure that you wouldn't agree. I wasn't wrong about you. He looked up to the sky and heaved a long sigh. His expression was full of loneliness and pain. Chu Yang's body suddenly relaxed after he had refused. He didn't have any more thoughts or burdens. So he said, Brother Yu, I've disturbed you for a long time. Shouldn't we go out? Yes, and that white crystal, or... Sigh. Duke Yu looked at Chu Yang with an unknown expression. Then he forced a smile and said, I want to kill you right now, but I don't dare to do so. That's because I don't have much time left. I'll disappear as soon as I've lived for 100,000 years. I'll disappear from this world. I can only do this even if you don't agree. He sighed and said, I don't expect you to agree to my conditions. I'll give you this heavenly orchid. It should grow better with you than with me. Remember, you owe me a favor. Favor? How? Chu Yang asked vigilantly. A favor means that you'll help me if you feel that you can fulfill my wish. But I don't need you to force yourself if you can't. Duke, you took a deep breath. His eyes emitted a dazzling cold light. You mustn't refuse. I only have this little bit of hope left, and I'm still pinning it on your conscience. If you refuse, I really won't be able to stop myself from killing you. Don't forget that you've personally asked for this thing. So if you don't want it now, Duke, you angrily said, even that man from 10,000 years ago wasn't as untrustworthy as you. Fuck me. Chu Yang forced a smile. He suddenly regretted that he had been blinded by lard, and he had listened to Sword Spirit's instigation to ask for this heavenly orchid. This is great. Duke, you didn't give it to me when I asked for it. But, Duke, you forced it on me when I didn't want it, and I can't refuse it. Chu Yang saw Duke Yu's ashen complexion. It seemed that he would fly into a rage out of humiliation if he didn't give this heavenly orchid to Chu Yang today. But what will I do if he asks me for help in the future if I accept it? Can I go against my conscience and say no? Chu Yang looked at this heavenly orchid as if he was looking at a hot potato. He didn't have the slightest hint of a peerless treasure anymore. The sword spirit in Chu Yang's mind seemed to have realized that he had stirred up trouble. So he lowered his head even though he was still drooling greedily. In fact, he looked a little embarrassed. Sir Sword Master has become like this because of me. Cough, cough, I feel guilty. Sword Spirit secretly shot a glance at the heavenly orchid from the corner of his eye. Then he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. It's a good thing. Do you want it or not? Do you want it or not? Duke, you angrily said, give me a straight answer. You can take it if you want it, but I will kill you if you don't want it. Isn't this a good choice? Isn't this a good choice? Chu Yang wanted to cry. Did you fucking, setting sail, watermark, give me a choice? What kind of choice is this? Duke Yu is forcing a good girl to become a prostitute in order to give away this wonderful treasure. An ominous glint flickered in his eyes. His entire body was seething with murderous aura. He was about to lose control. Minister Chu was dumbfounded. I was the only honored guest a moment ago, but I have become a lamb in the tiger's mouth at this moment. Even my wife won't let me enter this place. But his face immediately changed after I entered this place and was warmly entertained. What can I do? Minister Chu was helpless. He pinched his nose and reluctantly said, Well, I'll accept it. Young Master Chu wanted to cry as soon as he said this. How can I be so depressed after receiving someone else's treasure? What's going on here? It's obvious that I've been longing for that heavenly orchid. But why does it seem like a virgin girl has been sold to a brothel and has no choice but to accept a customer under the torture of the procuress? That's my good brother. Duke Yu's anger suddenly turned into joy. He heavily patted Chu Yang's shoulder. Then he rubbed his hands and said somewhat impatiently, Do you want to pull it out yourself? Or do you want me to pull it out for you? It's better to cut the Gordian knot with a quick knife. The sooner you take it in, the sooner I'll feel relieved. You feel relieved, but I'm starting to feel worried, Chu Yang said in a plaintive manner. He felt extremely wronged in his heart. You're so boring. I've obviously given you a peerless treasure that can't be found anywhere in the world. But you feel wronged like this. This is a very strange thing. Duke, you had finally received a big favor from Chu Yang, so he was very happy. In fact, he even started to joke around. Chapter 508. King of Hell Chu furiously said to the sword spirit in his mind, Look at the trouble you've caused. Why aren't you taking it? The sword spirit hastily replied in high spirits. He then eagerly started to take action. The heavenly orchid disappeared from the passage with a schwa. sound under Duke Yu's dumbstruck gaze. You must be more spirited and obedient when I call you to do something in the future. I will tear the heavenly orchid apart if you give me trouble again. Chu Yang fiercely threatened him in his mind. The sword spirit fondly fiddled with the heavenly orchid while nodding repeatedly. This was the first time he had been so obedient since he had entered Chu Yang's mind. Let's go. I will take you to the white crystal mine. Duke Yu looked at Chu Yang with envy. He then started to walk outside. He suddenly stopped after walking for a while. He muttered to himself for a long time. Then he turned around. Chu Yang, you owe me a favor today. This is equivalent to the biggest favor I will owe you in the future. Duke Yu frowned. He didn't know where to start. So he said with difficulty, I want to remind you of something. Brother Yu, please speak. Chu Yang inexplicably felt his heart become heavy. He realized that the matter Duke Yu was talking about was no trivial matter. You have the Calamity Sword in your body. As the master of the Calamity Sword, you have the Calamity Space in your body. This is a supreme magic weapon. It is also the #1 weapon in the heavenly layer. Once you master the Calamity Sword, you will be able to command the entire world. No one will dare to disobey you. Duke Yu finally said the words Calamity Sword, but he still seemed somewhat unsatisfied. Chu Yang's entire body shook. He knew that Duke Yu knew his identity, but he had said it out loud, and it had come from someone else's mouth. Chu Yang still felt shocked. But this thing is also... Duke Yu's lips squirmed. Then he finally said, It's not a good thing. There should be a corresponding thing. I can't say for sure. It is only mentioned in vague records. Vague records? Chu Yang frowned and asked, When the calamity comes, the wind and clouds dance. When the calamity is destroyed, the stars cry. When the world changes, the destiny. Duke Yu recited in a deep voice. This is the Calamity Sword's Calamity Sword. This was a song about the Calamity Sword in the continent. There were a total of 10 lines, and there was only one line here. The last few lines are, The body is the calamity, the soul is the road. Save the fall of the heavens, there is eternity. Venerate as a god, don't be the master. Bones and flesh are destroyed. Duke Yu read until here and stopped abruptly. I also only know the last 7 sentences. After that, it's broken. Chu Yang muttered to himself. The first sentence was about the Calamity Sword's function, but the second sentence was clearly about the Calamity Sword's master. The body is a calamity, the soul is the path, the heavens are overturned, the ages are eternal. Venerate as a god, don't be the master. Destroy flesh and bone. These words were a little creepy. Anyway, be careful. Duke Yu smiled faintly. Since I've given you such supreme authority as Calamity Sword and Master, it would be abnormal if you didn't pay the corresponding price. Chu Yang laughed and said, That's right. Then he put this matter aside, and the two walked out side by side. Outside, Mo Qingwu's entire body was wrapped in a thick marten fur coat. She would stretch her neck from time to time to look at the snow-filled area in front of her. She had an anxious look on her face. She only saw Chu Yang and Duke Yu walking to that place, and then they disappeared in a flash. Why hasn't brother Chu Yang come out yet? Mo Qingwu muttered to herself anxiously. Today, the little girl was wearing a snow-white raccoon hat, a thick white raccoon fur scarf, and a snow-white raccoon fur coat. But on her feet, she wore a pair of exquisite red fox leather boots. Little Wu's face was snow-white. Her eyebrows were delicate, and her eyes were dark. In this vast expanse of white snow, she looked extremely cute. The only thing that was lacking in beauty was that she was wearing too much. Chu Yang wrapped this little girl from the inside out with a few layers of cotton-padded jacket, cotton-padded trousers, cotton-padded waistcoat, and leather waistcoat. This directly caused the originally slender and even thin little girl to look like a penguin in the snow or a little bear in the snow. She looked extremely bloated. She swayed from side to side as she walked, like a little bear carefully moving in the snow, but she looked even more adorable and cute. Brother, Chu Yang has something to do inside. G.M.O. coaxed his little cousin. Come, little Wu, kiss brother G.M.O.'s face, and I'll tell you what he has to do. Humph. M.O. Ching Wu rolled her eyes and said, You and brother Jiju are the same. Both of your faces are stinky. GMO was instantly anxious. Don't compare that guy to me. I'm fragrant. If you don't believe me, kiss me. I don't kiss other men. M.O. Ching Wu pouted. I haven't even kissed second brother. As she said that, she rolled her eyes at GMO, implying, let alone you? GMO retreated in defeat. Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang pushed him aside and scolded. What's the point of bullying a little girl? Move aside. GMO retreated unhappily and walked to the front of the group with Luo Kadi blocking the wind. The two of them winked at each other for a while, and GMO suddenly asked, Has it grown? Luo Kadi's face turned red, and he shouted, Get lost! It hasn't grown? GMO exclaimed. Then he shrugged his shoulders and chuckled. He said, Mine is very luxuriant. Luo Kadi was speechless, and his eyes widened as if he wanted to eat someone. This topic started when these two lazy guys unintentionally took a bath together again, and young Master GMO discovered Luo Kadi's abnormality. Therefore, Luo Kadi suffered a tragedy, because second young Master G would mention this matter whenever he was with him, and second young Master Luo also felt extremely inferior. GMO didn't let him off, and his eyes widened as he exclaimed, I heard that Azure Dragon is gifted. This matter, Tiskiki, the little wolf, looks like you'll be very powerful. Luo Kadi's face immediately turned red, and he shouted angrily as he grabbed GMO's collar, gnashing his teeth. Do you want to be beaten? GMO hurriedly raised his hand. Spare me, spare me. I heard that hairless ones are the scariest. Ow, dog ant. Wahaha. Luo Kadi couldn't bear it anymore, and he clenched his fist and smashed it down. The two of them immediately rolled on the snowy ground and started to fight. GMO was beating him while laughing so hard that he couldn't breathe. He was being beaten by Luo Kadi, but he still couldn't help but laugh. Luo Kadi was crazily beating this guy when he suddenly raised his head and exclaimed in surprise. Then he stopped moving. GMO also got up and followed Luo Kadi's gaze. He also exclaimed in surprise and stopped moving. He saw a graceful, white figure leisurely coming from the wind and snow in front of him. It was a woman. She was wearing a snow-white dress, and her hair was tied up high. She floated over, and it was a pleasure to see such a scene in the wind and snow, especially this woman's gentle face, and her eyes were looking left and right as she came, as if she was looking for something. Luo Kadi was dumbstruck, and he nudged GMO. Look, a beauty! GMO's eyes lit up, and he repeatedly nodded. She's fucking beautiful. She's very charming, and her steps are like lotuses. Luo Kadi shook his head. It's as if she's wearing magnificent clothes to patrol the sky, and wearing silk clothes to walk in the night. GMO turned his head in a circle. The two of them were somewhat lustful at this moment, and then they did something that they would regret for the rest of their lives. Awu, awu. Luo Kadi loudly howled, and put his fingers in his mouth and whistled. It was sharp and loud. Awu, dog ant. GMO jumped up and down and put his fingers in his mouth at the same time. Then a whistle that was even sharper than Luo Kadi's whistle sounded. The woman in white heard the whistle from afar and was about to walk towards the icy peak. However, she changed her direction and walked towards the two of them. Her feet didn't touch the ground, and she gracefully walked over like a lotus in the wind. GMO and Luo Kadi didn't wait for her to approach, and jumped out with a puff sound. The two of them exposed lecherous smiles as they went forward to greet her. Awu, elder sister, you're very beautiful. Luo Kadi turned his head in a circle and was entranced by her beauty. Yes, yes, you're very beautiful. GMO hurriedly went forward and was afraid that Luo Kadi would steal the limelight. Really? The woman indifferently looked at the two of them, and her eyes were dull. Really? Really? Luo Kadi laughed out loud. When I saw you, I wanted to write a poem. Ah, let's praise you, you're too beautiful. Elder sister, what's your surname? Yes. GMO used his shoulder to carry Luo Kadi to one side and rushed to flatter her. Elder sister, you're very beautiful. May I ask what's your name? When I saw you, I wanted to write a poem. You wrote a poem? The woman in white pointed at GMO and then pointed at Luo Kadi and looked somewhat curious. Of course. Luo Kadi proudly said, my talent isn't just for show. Back then, I wrote a poem for my confinement nanny. GMO repeatedly nodded. Yes, my poetic talent is matchless. This is known to all. This beautiful elder sister, which family are you from? How come I've never seen you before? What's your name? Humph. The woman in white suddenly laughed strangely and said with a murderous aura, my name is Jun Shiju. Have you heard of me? Second young master Luo Kadi? Second young master GMO? Ah, GMO and Luo Kadi let out a strange cry at the same time. Their scalps felt numb, and their bodies felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Luo Kadi's eyes turned red, and he was about to cry. My God, how did I tease this god of death by teasing a beauty? This is really an old man is hanging himself. He has lived too long. Jun Shiju was the overlord of the dark bamboo. She usually wore a black robe and a black veil over her face. Basically, no one had seen her true appearance for 3 days. Even some old monsters knew about it, but no one dared to say it. How many days had it been since GMO and Luo Kadi had wandered the Jianghu? They had only seen Jun Shiju once or twice. They had seen her from afar, and had quickly turned their gazes away. They had only seen her black robe, and had felt cold all over. So, how could they know Jun Shiju's true appearance? Moreover, these two were used to being casual. So, they wanted to flirt with this beauty whenever they saw her. They would only tease her every time, and then provoke her to get angry. Then, they would scream and turn around to run away. They would then laugh heartily and be incomparably happy. However, these two evil young men had flirted with a lot of young ladies of the 3 heavens. I didn't expect that I would run into a ghost this time around. They had flirted with the biggest and most terrifying underworld overlord of the 3 heavens. Chapter 509. Jun Shiju was also extremely depressed about encountering such a matter. She had changed out of her black clothes since she had arrived in the northern wilderness. She had gotten tired of wearing them. She had changed into new clothes and had dressed up in her favorite plain clothes. She had then appeared in front of her few trusted subordinates. Duke Yu had gone out today and hadn't returned yet. Jun Shiju was somewhat worried. Moreover, she had just received the news that the clan that had a grudge against Duke Yu had also sent people to hunt for spirit beasts in the northern wilderness. Jun Shiju was afraid that Duke Yu might be in trouble, and the other subordinates under her obviously weren't of any use. Therefore, she had to personally come out to look for him. She was the only one in the entire Dark Bamboo organization who could help in case something happened to Duke Yu. She had come out to look for Duke Yu. So, her first stop was naturally Duke Yu's lair. She knew that Duke Yu's main purpose for coming back this time was this place. Moreover, she was also very curious about Duke Yu's secret lair. No one had ever set foot in it, therefore. Jun Shiju had come all the way here for many reasons. Who would have thought that she would run into 2 little hoodlums teasing her as soon as she arrived at Duke Yu's lair? This had made Jun Shiju angry and amused at the same time. Especially that whistle. It sounded one after another as if it was urging them to die, and it did not stop. Jun Shiju became angry in her heart. She wanted to teach them a lesson, but she came over to take a look and found that they were acquaintances. They were the husbands of the two big clans of the three heavens. Jun Shiju had wanted to scare them off with a glare, but she hadn't even gotten the time to open her mouth when these two well-known, mischievous guys had begun to blow their own trumpet. They had even started to flirt with each other. They are writing chapters and poems. Jun Shiju gloomily looked at the two of them. Luo Kadi, do you know how to write chapters? GMO, do you know how to write poems? Luo Kadi and GMO trembled in an instant. Luo Kadi wiped his sweat. His head was steaming hot in such a cold weather. He cut a sorry figure. Jun, 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 forgive me. Cough, cough, cough. We were also just joking, joking. Luo Kadi wiped his sweat under Jun Shiju's increasingly cold gaze. The more he spoke, the more powerless he became. In the end, he couldn't continue. Don't be angry, monarch. He. Don't be angry, monarch. Don't be angry. This. GMO rolled his eyes. Everyone loves beauty. This. What are you talking about? Jun Shiju got angry in an instant. She flew over and lifted Luo Kadi up. Then she punched second young master Luo's lower abdomen with a puff sound. She then kicked second young master Luo to the ground. Then she stepped on his chest and asked with a ferocious look on her face, "Have you seen Dukyu?" Luo Kadi and GMO looked at each other. They immediately felt relieved. Yes. Where? He's inside. He hasn't come out yet. We're waiting for him here. The two of them rushed to answer. This woman was too scary. Is it here? Jun Shiju heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that nothing had happened. When he turned around and saw the two fellows, he was instantly enraged. Jun Shiju wasn't in a hurry, since Dukyu was fine. So she simply waited here for him to come out. She also wanted to teach these two fellows a lesson for taking liberties with women. She kicked second young master Luo's body with a bang sound. He screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Luo Kadi, write a chapter for me. Hurry up. Don't you know how to write? You can even write a chapter for Aunt Guan. You're quite capable. Luo Kadi's face looked bitter. Minister Jun, this. Quickly, write. Jun Shiju angrily said, Someone else will write a chapter for second young master Luo if I don't see a complete chapter today. Moreover, it will be a sacrifice. Luo Kadi was complaining in his heart. His chest had been stepped on, and it felt as if an entire mountain was pressing down on him. He couldn't even move his fingers. He helplessly rolled his eyes and called out for help. Third brother, help me write an article. GMO slowly turned around. He was preparing to run away, but he was fixed in place by Luo Kadi's words. He lifted his foot and got stuck in the air. This bastard. I'm about to escape. Aren't you pulling me down with you? I almost forgot. GMO, can you compose a poem? Jun Shiju squinted at GMO. You have 3 steps to compose a poem. I will ask Luo Kadi to write a sacrifice for you if you can't do it. GMO screamed and jumped up. He then burst into tears and said, Luo Kadi, you bastard. I'm going to die because of you. Luo Kadi was lying on the ground. He rolled his eyes up and down. GMO, you go first. Jun Shiju was so angry that she couldn't take it out on Luo Kadi. So, the tip of her foot rubbed on Luo Kadi's chest. Luo Kadi's entire body trembled in an instant. Then he shouted, Third brother, quickly compose a poem. GMO spread out his hands. He was so miserable that he wanted to cry. I wouldn't have written a poem if I could compose a poem, right? Quickly write. Jun Shiju's complexion changed. The coldness in her eyes became even denser. Are you taking liberties with me? Do you think I'm so easy to take liberties with? GMO burst into tears. We didn't know that it was you. Cut the crap. Jun Shiju's murderous aura burst out. I'll compose a poem. I'll compose a poem. GMO stood stiffly. He frowned and racked his brains. It's snowing heavily in the sky and fluttering. He unconsciously took a step forward and recited the second sentence. The moon's great mountain whitens my waist. PFFF. Luo Ku Di's body trembled as he heard these two sentences. His face also turned red. It was rare for him to laugh, even though he was being stepped on like this. You're still laughing? Jun Shiju looked at him in astonishment. Second young Master Luo, you're very courageous. You're not afraid of death. Ah, Luo Kudi's eyes turned white. I can't help it. How can this be called a fucking poem? Second Master Ji finally stuttered and recited the third sentence at this time. To compose a poem in such a cold weather. He scratched his ears and cheeks and thought for a long time. Then he said, It's not bad. He then jumped up and down. Wahaha, finished. It's snowing heavily in the sky, and the moon's great mountain whitens my waist. To compose a poem in such a cold weather, isn't it bad? Jun Shiju twisted her slender eyebrows. What kind of bullshit is this? You only said that you want to compose a poem. You didn't say anything about the standard. GMO straightened his neck and argued with reason. He couldn't not argue. After all, he would die if Jun Shiju insisted that he compose another poem. This poem is the most rhyming poem I've ever composed since I was born. Fine. Jun Shiju waved her hand. Get lost. I'll make your G clan prepare for a funeral if I see you taking liberties with a woman again. GMO nodded and bowed. Yes, yes. But I'm already taken. Albua is very good. I won't do it again. The key point is that Luo Kadi is a rogue. He covered his head and fled like a rat. It was panicked like a stray dog and busy like a fish escaping the net. GMO, you pig. Luo Kadi miserably lay on the ground and cursed loudly. He pounded the ground with his hands. He was extremely indignant. It's your turn. Jun Shiju looked at Luo Kadi and spoke in a cold voice. Let me see your talent. Luo Kadi was so distressed that he wanted to die. Minister Jun, why don't you beat me up? Cut the crap. A cold light flashed, and a long sword was inserted into Luo Kadi's crotch with a schwa sound. It penetrated his clothes and plunged into the snow below him. The sword's body swayed and emitted a cold light. Ice cold. Luo Kadi's entire body shivered, and his hair stood on end. He could feel that the sword was slowly swaying in contact with his crotch, and his soul had flown out of his body. He suddenly felt that the watermark of setting sail was rushing to the front and back of his body. Spare my life. Second young master, Luo shivered. Your Luo clan will have to rely on your elder brother Luo Ku Wu to carry on your ancestral line if you don't write a poem. Jun Shiju insipidly said, I'll write. Luo Kadi readily agreed. Then he frowned and pondered. Title: Praise the Great Snow. Luo Kadi gasped for breath. Can you let me stand up? No. No. Praise the Great Snow. Praise the Great Snow. Luo Kadi's face was sullen. It seemed as if he had lost his parents. Luo Kadi obviously wanted to learn from Jimo's praise of the great snow. In the cold winter, heavy snow swirls in the air. Snowflakes fall fiercely, and the north wind blows fiercely. The weather is cold, and the ground is frozen. It's infinitely sad. Second young Master Luo's talent was really good. Is the cold winter in your clan during the moon? Jun Shiju snorted. It's the moon now. It's so cold here. Isn't it the cold winter? Luo Kadi rolled his eyes and mumbled. I'm still naked in my clan at this time. Cut the crap. Continue. The weather is cold, and the ground is frozen. It's infinitely sad. The most miserable person is none other than me. GMO is gone. That bad embryo. One day he'll pull out my tendons and smash my marrow. Second young Master Luo's speech became more and more fluent. He rolled his eyes. Among all the women in the world, the most beautiful confinement matron. She's devastatingly beautiful. She's capable of causing the downfall of a nation. She's scared away at first sight. Unfortunately, she's married. She sighs. The white snow poured into her mouth along with the wind. Second young Master Luo got emotional because of the scenery. So he returned to the original topic. It's cold and piercing to the bone. It's not beautiful. I'm in the northern ice field. I'm in bad luck. I'll never go back if I can. Ha 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 ha. Uff. Jun Shiju was amused by him and laughed. She then kicked this guy and scolded him with a smile. Get lost. I'll kill you if I see you taking liberties with women again. Hey, hey, hey. Luo Kadi crawled up. He didn't look back and fled like a rat. His heart was thumping wildly. I've finally escaped with my life. My mother! It was too close! Who would have thought that my setting sail mother would have experienced such a terrifying thing? That ice-cold sword was stuck to that part of my body. My brother would have run away from home if I hadn't been careful. How could I have ignored my second brother? He thought about it and thought about it. He was so scared that his lips had turned blue, and his face had turned white. But then he suddenly burst into laughter. Ignored my second brother? Gulawer? I'm really talented. Awoo, what did you say? Gu Duxing appeared in front of him with a murderous look on his face. He happened to hear Luo Kudi's muttering. Luo Kudi's legs went soft. His mind was still in chaos. So he spoke without thinking. I was talking about my second brother. I can't ignore. Second brother Gu, I'll beat you to death, you bastard. Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang had been called over by GMO as reinforcements. They had rushed here with anxious hearts. But they had seen this guy jumping around and mocking them. They had gotten angry when they heard these words. So they had started to rain punches and kicks on him in a crazy manner. Luo Kadi was lying on the ground like a dried, salted fish in less than a quarter of an hour. He was only exhaling and no longer breathing. A white light flashed at this time, and a big door suddenly appeared. Chuyang and Duke, you had finally walked out. Second update. I'm going out to practice driving. I'll take the road test tomorrow morning. It's the 10th time. I'll lose face if I don't take it. Cough, cough. I'll lose face already. I'll have nothing to do this month after tomorrow's test. Even if I have to take the makeup test, it'll be next month. Ugh, 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 I'm such a jinx. Chapter 510. What's the matter? Why is it so messy? Duke frowned. He was very displeased. This is a secluded place for cultivation. How did it turn into a slaughterhouse? Then he turned his head to look at Jun Shiju. Why are you here? Someone from that family has come down. Jun Shiju coldly snorted. Chu Yang hastily asked Shoa Duxing and the others while speaking, What's the matter? Asterisk, asterisk, Baidu Search Network's high-quality update, asterisk, asterisk. It's your two sworn brothers. Jun, Shiju replied. She coldly snorted and said, One is Luo Kadi, and the other is GMO. They're taking liberties with women. And they're taking liberties with me. This has never happened in the three heavens. Even Dukyu's body swayed twice in an instant. As for Shoa Duxing and Dong Wushang, they were even more dizzy. They almost sat down on the snow-covered ground. They had been scared by this sentence. No wonder GMO had patted his buttocks and shouted for help after he had returned. Then he had said that something bad had happened, and that Luo Kadi was going to be slaughtered. But he hadn't said anything. It's no wonder that they have taken liberties with women. They have become the overlords of the underworld of the three heavens. These two brothers are really Shua Duxing's side. I understand. I wouldn't have said anything if it had been me. This isn't shameful anymore. Luo Kadi and GMO lowered their heads. It seemed as if they had committed a great crime of deceiving the monarch. Their faces had turned into persimmons at this moment. One could see that Jun Shiju hadn't wrongly accused them just by looking at their appearance. Really, Duke Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He shook his head and sighed. Heroes come from the youth since ancient times. I admire you. Please don't misunderstand. I'm not being sarcastic. I truly admire you. At least, you've done something that I wouldn't have dared to do. Luo Kudi and Ji Mo's noses became crooked. Idols. Chu Yang grabbed their hands with tears in his eyes. You two have created an unprecedented precedent in the three heavens. Big brother. We please don't say it. I feel like dying. Luo Kudi's face was bitter as he repeatedly pleaded. One said that he could compose a poem, and the other said that he could write a chapter. You guys are really treating me like a little girl to coax. Jun Shiju rolled her eyes. Everyone felt as if they had been struck by lightning. One after another, they asked second young Master Luo and second young Master Ji what kind of poem they had written. The two of them directly stuck their heads into the crotch of their trousers, refusing to raise their heads no matter what. Go ahead and mock us all you want. We don't believe that you won't embarrass us in the future. Jun Shiju restrained herself from laughing. She then read out the poem, Everyone Has a Big Belly. Du Xing and Dong Wuxian were taking joy in other people's misfortune. In fact, they were laughing so hard that tears were almost flowing out of their eyes. Next, Duke Yu continued to bring Chu Yang to complete the bet. Jun Shiju fished out a small booklet from her bosom and handed it over to Mo Qingwu. This was what she wrote during this period of time. It was also one of the reasons why she came out this time besides looking for Duke Yu. Then, Jun Shiju stood still. She stretched out her hand and pointed her finger at Luo Kudi. Then she pointed at GMO. Then she nodded again and exposed a meaningful smile. Then she rose up and disappeared in the snowflakes that filled the sky. Luo Kudi and GMO sat down on the snow-covered ground as soon as she left. They couldn't help but wipe their sweat. Then they kept muttering, "Hot, this weather is really hot." Everyone looked at the ice under their feet and the heavy snow in the sky. They were speechless. This is the White Crystal Mine. Duke Yu pointed at the sparkling white light in front of him and said, the two of them had already passed through a deep and long tunnel at this moment. They were 1,000 feet below the ground. White crystals were everywhere as far as the eye could see. They were piled up in large chunks. Some of them were still on the mountain walls and hadn't been extracted yet. The more they went, the more they got. The Calamity sword in his dantian trembled excitedly and buzzed. Chu Yang was thoroughly stunned. He had thought that the white crystal mine that Duke Yu had mentioned wasn't very big. In fact, it was only on such a small scale. Who would have thought that he would see a super-large mineral vein at this moment? Moreover, all the white crystals could be seen at a glance. In fact, it wouldn't take much effort to extract them all. If it was calculated according to the size of a palm, the white crystals here would be tens of thousands of pieces, hundreds of thousands of pieces, millions of pieces, or even tens of millions. Chu Yang sucked in a breath of cold air. Duke Yu smiled. His smile was still as carefree as before. He said, "You can stay here. I understand. Yes, I'll go out first. Tell them that you'll be in seclusion here. Then we'll wait outside for you to come out." "Many thanks," Chu Yang said gratefully. Duke Yu smiled faintly and said, "I'll also exchange pointers with them one by one. After all, I can't be a sparring partner for nothing." "Ha, good." Duke Yu smiled and turned to leave. "Brother Yu," Chu Yang called out. "Yes? Is there anything else?" Duke Yu turned to look at him. "It's just a small token of appreciation. Please accept it, Brother Yu." Chu Yang held a piece of mysterious jade ice crystal core and a piece of mysterious yang jade core in his hand. This was a world of difference compared to the 2 pieces that Duke Yu had shamelessly taken away from him that day. If you give me peaches and plums, I'll repay you with fine jade. Chu Yang was a person who never suffered losses. He clearly distinguished between gratitude and grudges. As long as you treat me with sincerity, I'll treat you 100 times better. Even if I can't give you the same value, I'll do my best. Just like how he treated Xie Danqiong that day in the Xie clan, and like how he treated Duke Yu today. In the Xie clan, it was because of benefits in the beginning, but it was no longer for benefits when Chu Yang gave Xie Danqiong the real jade flowers. Xie Danqiong knew this better than anyone else. It was a matter of friendship, and it was the same today. The reason why Chu Yang gave away the mysterious jade ice crystal core and the mysterious yang jade core was because of Duke Yu's friendship. Perhaps Duke Yu had some ulterior motives in the end, but his help to Chu Yang at this stage was incomparable. Duke Yu's eyes moved. He looked at Chu Yang deeply, but he didn't reach out his hand. Instead, he asked, "Why are you giving them to me?" He would rather go back on his word that day to take those 2 pieces. But he took a step back today when these 2 pieces of jade core were 10,000 times better than the one in front of him. There's no reason. If people respect me, I'll respect them tenfold. Chu Yang said seriously, "Brother Yu, I only treated you as a mysterious expert when I made the bet with you and argued with you before. As for the bet and promise, that's for strangers." He looked at Duke Yu seriously and said, "But I'm giving these 2 pieces of jade to you now because of friends." Chu Yang smiled gently. "So, this has nothing to do with the future or the promise of friendship or anything else. It's just a token of my sincerity." Duke Yu didn't seem to hear what Chu Yang had said. He only frowned and looked deeply into Chu Yang's eyes. He said softly, friend." Something seemed to flash in the depths of his eyes. Then he put the 2 pieces of jade away. Very cautiously, he placed them into his bosom. He smiled faintly and said, "Maybe you'll regret the word friend one day. If Brother Yu doesn't regret it, I won't regret it either." Chu Yang smiled and said, "I'm afraid that I'll regret it." Duke Yu laughed. "Even if you regret it, that's your business." Chu Yang said quietly, "Even if I regret it, that's my business?" Duke Yu murmured. He suddenly felt warm in his heart. "Even if you regret it, that's your business. What does it have to do with me? But I won't regret it. Even if we become enemies because of you in the future, I still won't regret what I've done today." These were the words that Chu Yang didn't finish speaking. Duke Yu completely understood. Duke Yu finally turned around and left without saying a word. His green robe fluttered, and he disappeared in front of Chu Yang in the blink of an eye. Chu Yang watched him leave, and a smile appeared on his face. Then he turned around and stretched out his right hand. The 3 pieces of the Calamity sword suddenly appeared at his fingertips. In the next moment, the Calamity sword pierced the white crystal wall in front of him. It was clean and tidy, without the slightest hesitation. Time was of the essence. Besides, Chu Yang couldn't wait any longer. The silver crystal in front of him dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a while, the Calamity sword flew up with a clang and began to advance forward like a hot knife through butter. Wherever it passed, the white crystal dimmed and turned into powder. 3 days later, the entire white crystal mine completely dimmed. The space inside became even bigger, and there was dust everywhere. The 3 pieces of the Calamity sword all emitted a bright light. A faintly discernible spiritual energy rippled at the tip of the sword and stopped in the air, motionless. Suddenly, a strong light burst out, and then it immediately returned to its original state. Not long after, another wave of strong ghosts appeared. This cycle repeated. In a short time, it had already flashed more than 10 times. Finally, the Calamity sword returned to its original state, as if there were no changes at all. The sword spirit said thoughtfully, "Improve it in all aspects." With the sun and moon ointment, you don't have to hold anything back. Oh, Chu Yang's spirit was immediately lifted. First, he threw the sun and moon ointment out. With a swoosh, the calamity sword pierced the sun and moon ointment. In an instant, the sun and moon ointment was absorbed into powder. Then, Chu Yang took out the precious materials that he had originally collected one after another. In the end, he directly put the calamity sword into the calamity space and let it absorb it by itself. The sword's spirit immediately became very nervous. 3 days later, the calamity sword finished absorbing the existing resources. Except for the dozens of pieces of materials that Chu Yang had left behind to forge weapons, and the mysterious jade ice crystal and mysterious yang jade that the sword spirit was desperately protecting, the calamity space was already empty. And the sword spirit had also ripened a petal of the heavenly orchid. His aura had suddenly weakened a lot, but a burst of black fog started to rise from his body after he took it. And this black fog started to condense inside the sword spirit's body. His entire body had become very condensed by the time this black fog had completely condensed inside his body. This visual effect was more than 10 times stronger than before he took it. It's really worth it. The sword spirit sighed deeply. He looked at his arms and legs with satisfaction and proudly shook them a few times. What do we do now? The sword spirit asked. Immediately heal Qing Wu's 3 meridian, Chu Yang said unquestionably. As he spoke, he hurriedly walked out. And then immediately let the calamity sword refine elixirs to increase the strength of my brothers. Chu Yang said without hesitation, their current strength is too weak. Chapter 511. Why? Chu Yang was stunned and stopped. Because your path is already different. The sword spirit became more serious than ever and said, if you just want a group of strong fighters, you can improve them quickly. But if you want everlasting brothers, it's best not to. Why? Is it a good thing to improve their strength? Chu Yang asked in confusion. Baidu search networks high-quality updates the fastest. In short, it's not good. The sword spirit replied, my memory is sealed, so I can't say what's not good about it. But I can feel that it's best not to do it. The best way is to strengthen their foundation and improve their aptitude. Let them accumulate their strength step by step and reach the peak. That's the right way. The sword spirit replied, I'm risking my life by saying this because if you, I'll have to repeat the fate of the past 10,000 years. Chu Yang suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He looked up at the sword spirit. The sword spirit was tongue-tied and covered his mouth. Obviously, he knew that he had said something he shouldn't have. Then I'll use the pills to strengthen their foundation. Chu Yang stared at the sword spirit for a long time before he said slowly. The sword spirit's face was full of joy, and he nodded repeatedly. His warning this time could be said to be a huge risk, but this was the only hope he could feel. The hope of breaking free from the cycle of reincarnation. So the sword spirit didn't want to let it go. If Chu Yang really used pills to raise the strength of Gu Duxing and the others, it would be tantamount to letting the calamity sword unintentionally leave a mark in their hearts and divine senses. In that way, Chu Yang would walk the same path as the previous masters of the sword. Chu Yang's face was calm, but his heart was in turmoil. I also want to repeat the fate of the past 10,000 years. The sword spirit's words made Chu Yang shudder. As soon as the calamity sword appeared, the world changed instantly. The masters of the heavens changed, and the great clans were annihilated and replaced by new great clans. Then why was it a big clan and not the 5 big clans? And not the 10 big clans? Why was it a clan? Did this have anything to do with the sword? There was another point. Every time the sword appeared, it would hide in a different place for 10,000 years. In other words, it had been buried for 10,000 years. Then, how long did it take for the previous master of calamity, Sword, to unify the first heaven? This period of time was definitely not very long, at most a few hundred years. However, the calamity Sword returned to the body and was buried for another 10,000 years. Then, where did the master of the calamity, Sword, go? As he thought of all these, Chuyang felt a chill run down his spine, and a chill spread throughout his body. It was as if there was a huge net coming down on him from all directions. There was nowhere to run. It was as if the heavens had returned to fate, and the heavens had returned to order. The path of the calamity Sword Master was like the path of life. Baidu, world, defying heavens, no one can stop the spear in front of you. Whether you move or not, you will grow old. Whether you move or not, you will walk the path of the calamity Sword Master. You do things for yourself, for your own selfish interests. But all the things you do add up to unwittingly coincide with another path that God has already arranged for you. This was the will of heaven. When Chuyang obtained the calamity sword, he encountered Mo Qingwu's death. He didn't want Mo Qingwu to die, so he could only reverse fate. To reverse fate, he had to go to Iron Cloud. When he went to Iron Cloud, he had to face Diwu Qingru. A war between the two countries and tens of millions of lives would be lost. This was already in line with the path of the calamity Sword Master. In order to save Mo Qingwu, he needed to get the heavy pill. He needed to improve the calamity sword step by step. He had already reached this point. The upper three heavens was still waiting for him, because Chuyang's background and his parents were there. In his previous life, he didn't care about anything. But in this life, how could he not care about anything? So Chuyang definitely had to go to the upper three heavens. Even if he had to turn back into powder, he still had to go. But as long as he went, he would be getting closer and closer to the path of the calamity sword. In other words, the path that God had set for Chuyang was the path of the calamity sword master. It could be imagined that as life progressed step by step, what pushed Chuyang forward was definitely not just a little bit. Thinking of all this, Chuyang broke out in a cold sweat. He felt a chill run down his spine. Is it really irreversible? I thought that I had already reversed it, but it turns out that I had been following it for a long time. At this moment, a thought suddenly popped up in Chuyang's mind. After saving Mo Qingwu, I'll live in seclusion with Mo Qingwu and not care about worldly affairs? Is it inevitable? Chuyang's heart was heavy as he walked back from the white crystal mine. When he saw Gu Duxing and the others, the heaviness on Chuyang's face was still clearly visible. His thoughts still didn't stop. The sword spirit in his mind was also silent. He didn't dare to make a sound to disturb him. Boss. Luo Kadi wanted to cry, but had no tears. Chuyang was dumbfounded. These four brothers of his were no longer in human form. Even people with strong perseverance like Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang were already exhausted from Duke Yu's training. When they met again, Chuyang almost couldn't recognize who was who. Duke Yu's sparring was indeed very good and powerful. It was a complete and utter abuse. However, under such torture, Luo Kadi and Ji Mo's cultivation improved very quickly. They were already at the point of breaking through. Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang had already broken through. Gu Duxing was now a 4th grade Sword King. Dong Wushang was now a 4th grade Saber King. The little girl Mo Qingwu was holding the booklet that Jun Shizhu had given her. She was carefully studying it. When she saw Chuyang return, she put the booklet in her bosom and jumped over. These guys are very malleable. Duke Yu was full of praise. He had squeezed out all the potential of Gu Duxing, Dong Wushang, and the others in his own unique way. The more he squeezed them out, the more amazed Duke Yu became. It was simply inconceivable that ordinary people could have such potential. Have you finished refining the pills? Chuyang asked in his mind. Yes, a total of 10 spirit transformation pills. Sword Spirit replied, taking this pill won't have the special effect of increasing one's cultivation, but it can enhance the potential of the person who takes it. It can make their martial arts foundation more outstanding. Moreover, it can make their meridians more bearable. Moreover, it contains the power of enlightenment of the heavenly way. It can increase the possibility of making a breakthrough as long as they have the opportunity. Sword Spirit replied, this pill is the mildest among all the similar pills. Chu Yang nodded and said, that's good. Then he called Gu Duxing and the others to take one pill each. Then he introduced the effects of the pill to the 4 people in detail. Gu Duxing and the others were dumbstruck. There's such a miraculous medicine in the world. Chu Yang then said to Duke Yu, Brother Yu, I'll have to trouble you for a few days. Train them well to spread the efficacy of the pill. You should have more experience than us in this aspect. So, you should pay attention to the fact that the medicinal efficacy must spread to every meridian, every muscle, and even the brain. So, we need an expert like Brother Yu to personally check it. Duke Yu laughed out loud. This is no problem. I'll make sure that they don't waste even a little bit of it. Ha 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 ha. I want to die. How many more days? Luo Kudi and G.M.O. screamed at the same time. They looked at each other in dismay. They wanted to cry, but had no tears. They had been turned into mud by Duke Yu in the past few days. How many more days would it take? That spirit beast hasn't made any movements during this time, right? Chu Yang asked. Chu Yang was still somewhat concerned about this matter. No. Well, someone had encountered a wind fox a few nights ago, but that thing was too fast, so it was as if it didn't appear. Later, a few corpses were found. The unstoppable spear of pride in the heavens died under the sharp claws of a fire lion. It seems that not only is there a spirit beast here, but there's more than one. Duke Yu's spirit was very excited as he said, as long as we can confirm that this thing really exists, I'll be relieved. There's no need to rush. Besides, how can a spirit beast be so easy to deal with? Good. If possible, we'll take action. Chu Yang nodded affirmatively and said, Then I'll go take care of something first. As he said this, he picked up Mo Ching Wu and went back in the direction of the white crystal or vein. To heal Mo Ching Wu, he needed an absolutely quiet place. Only a place like the white crystal or vein would be warm enough, and he wouldn't have to worry about being disturbed. Moreover, it was spacious enough. Seeing Chu Yang leave, Duke Yu clasped his hands behind his back and turned his head. He bared his teeth at the youngsters who had just taken the pill. He smiled maliciously. Brothers, come! Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang sighed at the same time. Luo Kudi and G.M.O. lay flat on the snowy ground. Brother Chu Yang, where are you taking me? Mo Ching Wu asked curiously. I'm taking you to a very fun place. Chu Yang smiled slightly. Really? Of course, really. What are we going to do there? To treat your illness. Ah. Mo Ching Wu cried out in surprise. Then she suddenly thought of something and became shy. She squeezed her little head into Chu Yang's arms. What's wrong? Chu Yang was surprised. I'm shy. Mo Ching Wu whispered. She was so shy that she couldn't speak. What are you shy about? Chu Yang scratched his head in confusion. Why was this little loli so shy? My wound is on my chest. Mo Ching Wu pouted and said, Brother Chu Yang, you're taking advantage of me. Chu Yang staggered as he was running. He lost his footing on the glacier and slid down. Then he fell on his back. His 2 buttocks were caught off guard and broke into 8 pieces as a result. Chu Yang got up and looked at the little girl in his arms. He was speechless. How old is this little girl? She's already thinking of this. Brother Chu Yang, don't worry. Don't be surprised. Mo Ching Wu blushed. She moved closer to his ear and said, I don't mind, really. If it was someone else, I would rather die than let him see me. The little girl said resolutely and decisively. She then added, "It's just that I haven't grown up yet. It's just starting to grow. Brother Chu Yang, please don't dislike it." Chu Yang's face darkened. He picked her up and ran away. Heavens! Please strike me with lightning and kill me, this beast. Mo Ching Wu shyly nestled in his arms and whispered, "It will grow up in the future." Chu Yang stumbled again. "Spare me. Boo-hoo-hoo." Chapter 512. Not long after. The mentally exhausted Chu Yang finally arrived at the white crystal mine with Mo Ching Wu in his arms. His body flashed, and he entered the mine through the secret passage that Duke Yu had dug. They went all the way to the underground. Asterisk, asterisk, Baidu search network. High quality update, asterisk, asterisk. What a spacious underground cave. Mo Ching Wu opened her big eyes wide as she exclaimed in surprise. Chu Yang shook his hand, and 3 luminous pearls were embedded in the stone wall. Suddenly, the entire area was softly illuminated. Then, Chu Yang casually waved his hand, and a large flat stone that he had already prepared was cleaned. Then he took out some bedding from the tribulation space and laid it on top of it. "Come, Ching Wu, take off your clothes and lie on top of it." Chu Yang waved his hand and suddenly thought of something. He took out a few pieces of mysterious yang jade from the tribulation space and spread them around. Suddenly, the entire space became warm and comfortable. "I really have to take off my clothes." Mo Ching Wu's small face turned red. Her 2 small hands tightly grasped the front of her clothes, and her eyes moved around. "Brother Chu Yang, you are so naughty." Chu Yang sweated profusely. "I am naughty?" "Little girl, it will take a few years for me to be naughty. Your current body. Even if I want to be naughty, it will be quite difficult. Hurry up." Chu Yang had no choice but to put on a serious face. "Humph." The little girl came over slowly. She looked at Chu Yang from the corner of her eyes as she walked. Then her 2 small hands began to untie her belt. She took off her overcoat, and then the small leather jacket, and then the small leather waistcoat, and then the small cotton padded jacket, and then the small cotton waistcoat, and finally the small belly band. There were more than 10 layers. Only a small red belly band was left on her upper body. It wrapped around her snow-white skin, and the little girl covered her chest with her hands. Chu Yang sighed. "This small chest is just beginning to pop out. It can't even be considered as the tip of a lotus flower. A slightly chubby boy is probably bigger than this little girl here, and she is still so nervous that she doesn't want to let me see it. Are you done?" Mo Ching Wu asked timidly. "Take it off." Chu Yang said with black lines on his forehead. "Ah, so shy." Mo Ching Wu covered her face. "Let me do it, let me do it." Chu Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I'll do it myself." The little girl nimbly jumped up, kicked off her little leather boots, and jumped onto the bed. She even stretched out her petal-like little feet in front of Chu Yang and said triumphantly, "Elder brother Chu Yang, smell it. Mine doesn't stink." Chu Yang couldn't help but look at his feet. In fact, he was also depressed. He already had an innate constitution, and all the impurities in his body had already been expelled. Why did he still have the problem of foot odor? This shouldn't be happening. When he came back to his senses, he saw that the little girl had already taken off her doo-doo. Her upper body was bare, and she was lying on the specially made bed. Her 2 small hands were nervously covering her small breasts, which didn't have the slightest bit of size. Alas! Chu Yang sighed. He reached out and took her right hand away, then looked at the place where she had been injured. There was only a dark red mark left. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see it. This was only possible because the little girl had been constantly exhausting her physical strength during this period of time. Otherwise, there would be no such thing. Feeling Chu Yang's warm hand touching her body, Mo Ching Wu tightly closed her eyes. Her small body also became perfectly straight. He looked like he was overly nervous. Chu Yang was both angry and amused. He really didn't know what this little girl was nervous about. At his command, the Calamity Sword moved instantly. A stream of pure medicinal power was instantly injected into Mo Qing Wu's body from his palm. The sword spirit in his mind rubbed his hands together. A stream of mysterious spiritual power poured out from Chu Yang's consciousness and merged with the medicinal power of the Calamity Sword. Chu Yang reached out his left hand and there was an amethyst box. With a push of his thumb, the lid of the box opened with a snap. A fragrance immediately wafted out. It was the heavy pill, ready at any time. The tip of the Calamity Sword let out a long cry. Suddenly, it escaped from Chu Yang's fingertips and turned into a stream of light, drilling into Mo Qing Wu's meridians. Mo Qing Wu only felt that her body was getting hotter and hotter. In the end, her chest was already scorching hot. A kind of heart-wrenching pain suddenly rose. Instantly, she frowned in pain and groaned painfully from her throat. This kind of feeling was even more painful than when he was struck by the sword, and this kind of pain was gradually getting worse. Chu Yang stared intently, only to see a pink scar slowly bulging on Mei Qingwu's chest. Gradually, her entire chest seemed to be filled with a transparent red light, and even Mo Qingwu's internal organs could be vaguely seen. It hurts. Big brother Chu Yang. Mo Qing Wu frowned in pain. Her eyes glistened with tears. She pursed her lips and looked at Chu Yang pitifully. It's okay. Bear with it. Little Wu is the strongest. Bear with it and you'll be fine. You can practice martial arts in the future. Chu Yang comforted her gently. Mo Qing Wu perked up. Yes, I want to practice martial arts. I want to protect big brother Chu Yang. It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt. She said it didn't hurt, but slowly she clenched her teeth and didn't make a sound. Sweat the size of soybeans kept coming out of her face and body. Chu Yang's heart ached as he watched, but there was nothing he could do. He didn't dare to urge her to hurry up right now. Mo Qing Wu's scar finally appeared. It completely bulged out of her skin and floated on the surface. Chu Yang was about to feed the heavy pill to this little girl immediately. Wait, the sword spirit stopped him. The sword spirit's spiritual power had been constantly outputting. So, he seemed a little tired at this moment. Why? Chu Yang asked. How far do you want this little girl to go? The sword spirit asked in a heavy voice. If you want to repair her 3 Yin meridians, now is the right time. If you want to improve her constitution, now is not the right time. Improve her constitution? Chu Yang frowned. Since ancient times, women have practiced martial arts faster than men, especially for men and women with the same qualifications. Women are faster than men. Therefore, women's constitution may be weak, but their endurance is better than men's. You can't not know this, the sword spirit said. Chu Yang slowly nodded. If you look at it from this point of view, this phenomenon is also true. But once a woman reaches a certain age, she will be shackled by the congenital shackles, and she will slowly lose these advantages after marriage. The sword spirit slowly said, there are several kinds of peerless constitutions for women. With such constitutions, practicing any martial arts will yield twice the results with half the effort. If you have a suitable martial art, you can even advance 1,000 miles in a day. For example, your senior sister Wu Qian of the lower 3 heavens has the mysterious Yin female body. But Mo Qing Wu is born with the 3 Yin meridians. You must know that if the 3 Yin meridians are improved, it will be recognized as the number 1 constitution in the world. It will be stronger than the mysterious Yin female body. The sword spirit said heavily. What kind of constitution? Chu Yang asked nervously. Heavenly Yin body, innate spirit meridians. The sword spirit said these words almost word by word. Heavenly Yin body, innate spirit meridians? Chu Yang asked in puzzlement. This was the first time he had heard of such a constitution. Have you seen Duke use constitution? The sword spirit snorted. You mean? Chu Yang asked in surprise. Yes, this heavenly Yin body and innate spirit meridians are strange constitutions on par with Duke Yu's innate spirit body. Even if you find a suitable martial art, it will be stronger than Duke Yu's constitution, because its original body is female. The sword spirit snorted and said, Moreover, it was transformed by the heavenly law of the calamity sword. The transformation of the heavenly law of the universe is the power of the universe. Although Duke Yu's aptitude is special, it's only the power of his race. How can it be compared with the power of the heavenly law? The sword spirit said with a smile full of temptation. Besides, now is an important time to repair the 3 Yin meridians. If you miss this opportunity, there won't be a second possibility. Even if you suffer the same injury again, after being healed by the calamity sword this time, there won't be any hope for you to form the heavenly Yin body again. That's why I asked you to think about it. Let's do it. Chu Yang made a prompt decision. Heavenly Yin body, innate spirit meridians. This was Mo Qingwu's great fortune. Since there was such an opportunity, how could Chu Yang miss it? The stronger Mo Qingwu was, the safer she would be. However, she will have to suffer more pain. The sword spirit said slowly, It's better to have a short pain than a long pain. Chu Yang's eyes shone with heartache, but he didn't hesitate. Let's start immediately. Okay. The sword spirit agreed and immediately informed the calamity sword tip. The calamity sword tip suddenly flashed in Mo Qingwu's body and instantly turned into thousands of fragments, penetrating Mo Qingwu's entire body. Even the unique light of the calamity sword was flashing above Mo Qingwu's head. Mo Qingwu couldn't clench her teeth anymore. She groaned in pain and spat out a mouthful of blood. She looked at Chu Yang helplessly. Her originally bright eyes were already dead gray. Chu Yang, brother, it's okay. It'll be okay soon. Chu Yang held this small body in his arms with heartache. He pressed his face against her face and comforted her gently. Cough, cough. Mo Qingwu coughed lightly and fainted. Hurry! Chu Yang couldn't help but roar. On Mo Qingwu's chest, the wound of the 3 Yin meridians was already clearly visible. Chu Yang could even see with his naked eye how that sword had destroyed the innate meridians. The tiny meridians were quickly connected together under the star-like sword light. Like thousands of bent threads, they were easily cut by the calamity sword tip. Finally, that horrifying wound slowly disappeared. Mo Qingwu's entire body, from the top of her head to the soles of her feet, suddenly shone with the luster of starlight. At first glance, it seemed that all the starlight in the entire universe had been transferred to this little girl's body, which was as white as a lotus flower. This is the moment. Take the heavy pill. Hurry! The sword spirit shouted in his mind. Chapter 5:13. Chu Yang didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly brought the purple crystal bottle close to Mo Qingwu's mouth. But Mo Qingwu had already fainted. She clenched her teeth tightly. The heavy pill couldn't enter. **** Baidu search network's high-quality updates, the fastest ****. Chu Yang frowned. Without any hesitation, he circulated his energy. His energy formed a vacuum energy shield around his mouth. Then he put the heavy pill into his mouth. He leaned forward and used the tip of his tongue to gently pull back Mo Qingwu's teeth. The tip of his tongue moved back and forth agilely on Mo Qingwu's soft lips. Then he slowly opened them. Mo Qingwu originally closed her mouth tightly and clenched her teeth. But she felt that there seemed to be something moving gently on her mouth. There was a comfortable itch. She couldn't help but gently open her mouth. Chuyang took the opportunity to fiercely push the tip of his tongue and finally push the heavy pill into her mouth. He finally heaved a sigh of relief. But at this moment, an accident happened. Although Emo Chingu was unconscious, she instinctively realized that something had entered her mouth. She subconsciously closed her teeth. Ouch! Chuyang cried out miserably. His voice was dull and unclear. His tongue was bitten by Emo Chingwu's sharp teeth. Minister Chu was in trouble. He was in front of the little girl. His tongue was stretched out and was bitten. His whole body was sweating. He wanted to pull it out bit by bit. Oh my God, I'm bleeding. I can't circulate any energy in this place. But Emo Chingwu was biting very tightly. The little girl closed her mouth and clenched her teeth. She was very determined. Minister Chu sighed repeatedly in his heart. He could only slowly try to pull it out, but it didn't work. So he endured the pain and moved the tip of his tongue back and forth in the little girl's mouth. Emo Chingwu, indeed, felt that her mouth was unbearably itchy. She unconsciously loosened her mouth. Ouch! Chuyang finally rescued his tongue. He only felt pain. He stuck his tongue out and touched it with his hand. Blood! What's wrong with intercepting a drink from the proud melon hand cold Tinglu? This little girl is quite strong. Minister Chu stuck his tongue out and looked back with a bitter face. The sword spirit clearly knew that he shouldn't laugh at this critical juncture. However, he still couldn't help but convulse with laughter. The heavy pill entered her mouth and immediately transformed into countless pure spiritual powers, which rushed towards Emo Ching Wu's body in all directions. Then, the specks of starlight on Emo Ching Wu's body suddenly flourished. The range of the starlight's illumination seemed to have shrunk the entire universe, and all of it was concentrated on Emo Ching Wu. When a person returns to his body, he becomes a universe of his own. Can you tell? The sword spirit said lightly. This sentence is absolutely not said casually. Chuyang looked at the starlight on Emo Ching Wu's body and imagined the starry sky in his memory. It's true that the reincarnation of the human body is a universe of its own, but without the power of the heavenly Tao, no one can activate its true use. The sword spirit replied, Therefore, since ancient times, countless powerful people and wise people have been pursuing the heavenly Tao. A lot of people are pursuing the heavenly echo Tao, but they don't know what it is for. There are even more people who think that the heavenly echo Tao is just a form of power. The sword spirit said disdainfully, but the real pursuit of the heavenly echo Tao is just to activate the universe of the heavenly echo Tao. Let this person be self-sufficient, and from then on, transcend the heavenly echo Tao and transcend the cycle of reincarnation. This is the real nirvana realm. What's after the nirvana realm? Chuyang said deeply, who can guarantee that this so-called nirvana realm is not another beginning? Or it's just a beginning? The sword spirit was startled. He said, This makes sense. After a moment of silence, he pondered over Chuyang's words. Suddenly he said loudly, This sentence makes a lot of sense. Then he continued to ponder. As the heavy pill entered her body, Emo Ching only felt that her whole body was light and floating. The originally indescribable pain seemed to have disappeared. She woke up with a moan. She only felt that her body was incomparably comfortable. The wound on her chest, which was originally hurting faintly, was now very comfortable. There was no pain at all. Her whole body was so light that it was as if she was about to fly. She was overjoyed. She turned over and was about to sit up. Chuyang gently held her down and said vaguely, Don't stare. Brother Chuyang replied to brother. The little girl stared with her big round eyes. What are you talking about? What's wrong with your tongue turning back? Bo, move. The sea is digging again. Don't move. It's not over yet. Chuyang turned his head with his tongue wide open. He hissed and sucked in cold air. He used a little strength to tell the little girl, Don't move. Oh, the little girl blinked and lay back down, obediently. She was full of concern. Brother Chu Yang. Reply to brother, your tongue turning back? Chu Yang wanted to cry, but had no tears. My tongue turning back? Didn't you bite my tongue when it turned back? Do you think it's easy for me? I almost broke off and became a mute. The timid girl immediately changed her line of sight. Ah, why are there so many stars on my body? So beautiful, so beautiful. Finally, the starlight on Mo Ching Wu's body slowly receded. Her skin gradually returned to its original soft and tender state. The whiteness returned to its redness. It was extremely delicate and tender. Well, you can let go now. The sword spirit reminded, the little girl needs to eliminate some things now. What things? Chu Yang was speaking in his mind. So, it naturally had nothing to do with the tongue turning back. He hadn't finished speaking when he saw the little girl's face suddenly turn red. Her eyebrows wrinkled. Her two legs were also forcefully pressed together. She looked at him with some shame and indignation in her eyes. Her voice seemed to have been squeezed out from her throat. I want. Chu Yang was startled. He quickly let go. The little girl's movements were extremely fast. She jumped up from the bed like an arrow and rushed out naked. Chu Yang touched his nose. Then he heard a voice from afar. Cough, cough, a long time passed. The little girl's low and delicate voice was heard. Brother Chu Yang, reply to brother. What's the matter? I didn't bring that. Mo Ching Wu was extremely embarrassed. I didn't bring any cleaning products to the toilet, but there's no other way. That feeling is really too urgent. Chu Yang laughed out loud. Baidu world defying heaven's bar provided by unstoppable spear. The little girl suddenly became embarrassed. Quickly give me some. Boo-hoo! Chu Yang hurriedly sent it over. After a long time, the little girl rushed over like a gust of wind. Chu Yang only saw her fair and tender body turn around in a flash. The little girl had already grabbed her clothes and desperately put them on one by one. Her pretty face turned red. Chu Yang laughed evilly. Let you wear it. You might as well not wear it. Sure enough, not long after, Mo Ching Wu's stomach growled again. Her expression changed. In an instant, she ran out like a gust of wind again. After running 5 times in a row, she leaned into Chu Yang's arms exhausted. Her face was pale. She said weakly, Brother Chu Yang, reply to brother. This diarrhea is really bad. Is this diarrhea? You're cleansing your meridians and marrow. Chu Yang sighed. Sigh. Mo Ching Wu sighed. She was very depressed. What's wrong? Chu Yang asked. During this period, he had already applied medicine on the wound on the back of his tongue. It felt much cooler. He could also speak in a way that others could understand. I kept laughing at Brother Chu Yang for having smelly feet. Now, I've made Brother Chu Yang smelly to death. Mo Ching Wu pouted and said very shamelessly, Ha ha ha. Chu Yang couldn't help but kiss the little girl back and rub her hair. Finally, Mo Ching Wu's injury was healed. Chu Yang was in a very good mood now, but the little girl kept pouting. Even when she heard that her injury was healed, she didn't show much joy. This made Chu Yang very puzzled. Ching Wu, what's wrong with you? Woo woo. The moment he asked that question, the little girl threw herself into his arms and started crying. Chu Yang was shocked. Homesick? No. Mo Ching Wu cried for a while. Then she said, Boo-hoo. Mother said that a girl's body should be as pure as ice and as pure as jade. She shouldn't let any man see it. But you, Brother Chu Yang, you saw everything. Boo-hoo. Chu Yang was petrified. What should I do? Boo-hoo. The little girl was very sad. She sobbed and said, Brother Chu Yang, you'll take responsibility, right? Chu Yang's eyebrows jumped twice. It seemed as if he had just woken up from a dream. I'll take responsibility. I'll take responsibility. He wiped his cold sweat. This Mo clan's upbringing is really valiant. Such a little girl has already started to force others to take responsibility for her. The little girl continued to sob. She proudly raised her eyebrows in a place where Chu Yang couldn't see. She touched the small booklet that Jun Shizhu had given her in her pocket. It didn't only contain Jun Shizhu's Jianghu experience as the overlord of the underworld. It also contained many body techniques, sword techniques, and some reflections. Of course, the thing that attracted the little girl the most wasn't this aspect. Instead, it was Jun Lulu's introductory education. Jun Lulu liked this little girl very much. She also thought that Mo Qingwu had run away from home at such a young age. She would inevitably suffer if no one taught her some things about being a girl. Therefore, this zither master, who had maternal instinct, wrote several pages in great detail. It was densely packed and taught Mo Qingwu the ways of being a girl. In particular, she wrote the most about being on guard against men, and so on and so forth. However, this zither master had never dreamt that this how to guard against men that she had painstakingly written would become Mo Qingwu's guide to bathing in the sun. In particular, don't stay away, refuse but still welcome, keep your distance, and so on. Mo Qingwu had done the opposite with Chu Yang. Humph! Brother Chu Yang is mine anyway. The little girl proudly thought in her heart. Chu Yang began to test the little girl in the next few days. Then he explained some things to her. He also checked the condition of her body while he was at it. Moreover, the meridian and marrow cleansing was still going on. 8 days had passed by the time the two of them finally went out. Almost all the people of the aristocratic clans had rushed to the northern wilderness, and a low-level green rainbow blood snake had been chased a few days ago. It was said that it had been seriously injured. Duke Yu had already brought Gu Duxing and the others to chase after it. Only a king-level expert of the Gu clan was left behind to wait for Chu Yang and inform him of the news. Chu Yang heard that there was no time to lose. He immediately pulled Mo Qingwu in the direction that the king-level expert had pointed out. 2 figures came back. One had a tall and handsome figure, and the other had a petite and exquisite figure. They were like 2 cool breezes that blew across the ice field. In the sky above the 2 of them, there was a figure coming from afar. This person was very impressive. In the sky full of snow, it was as if he didn't affect a single snowflake at all. He floated in the air and floated over. His speed was extremely fast. He saw Chu Yang on the snow-covered ground at a glance. This person's gaze froze. He smiled and said to himself, such a young age, but such a quick and nimble agility. But he didn't take it seriously. He swept over the 2 of them. Chu Yang didn't feel anything, but this person suddenly exclaimed after he flew over. He muttered, "Something is wrong with that little girl." He turned around and turned around again. Chapter 514. Chu Yang and Mo Qingwu moved forward as light as a feather. Mo Qingwu's injuries were healed. Both of them were in the happiest moment. Both of them felt as light as a feather along the way, especially Mo Qingwu. After walking for a while and activating her blood meridians, she felt as light as a swallow. It seemed that her strength was increasing with every passing moment. Her body became more and more flexible. Her spiritual power was increasing constantly. Her whole body felt more and more comfortable. After walking at a high speed for a while, her whole body began to heat up. Steam came out of her body. Chu Yang wanted her to adapt to her body in the shortest time possible. So, he sped up and let her catch up on her own. Mo Qingwu's competitive spirit was aroused. She chuckled as she flew up and passed by. Above the 2 of them, the mysterious expert's eyes became more and more satisfied. He muttered to himself, "The heat on the top of your head has a yin color. You actually have the 3 yin meridians. This kind of constitution is rare." Emo Chingu chased after him. Her face was full of joy. After running for 50 miles, she actually caught up with him. Her face was full of pride. But at this moment, she suddenly staggered and spat out a mouthful of blood. This mouthful of blood was solid. It was purple-black and solidified. It fell on the snow but didn't splash. Instead, it condensed together like a mass of paste. Chu Yang was shocked. In his mind, the sword spirit let out a long sigh of relief. He said, "This is great. This heavenly Yin body and innate spirit meridians are finally connected with this mouthful of blood." Chu Yang replied with an "oh" and opened his eyes to look. He saw Emo Chingu looking at the mouthful of blood in panic. She was a little panic-stricken, but her face was rosy and there was nothing unusual. Then she walked 2 steps. She seemed to be lighter than before. Emo Chingu was surprised. How could there be no hindrance after vomiting blood? She tried to jump and run for a distance. Then she looked up in confusion. "Brother Chu Yang, what's going on? Why don't I feel uncomfortable after vomiting blood?" Chu Yang smiled bitterly and said, "There's a problem with your constitution. After vomiting this mouthful of blood, you don't feel uncomfortable anymore." "I feel the same." Emo Chingu smiled and tilted her head. She blinked and said happily, "Brother Chu Yang, I feel very strange." "Strange?" "Yes." The little lowly happily somersaulted on the ground and said, "Elder brother Chu Yang, I suddenly feel that this world is very intimate and warm. I feel as if you are hugging me while walking in this world." Chu Yang was also puzzled. "There's such a feeling." "Yes." The little lowly happily spread out her hands and spun in a circle, saying, "I can feel the spiritual energy between heaven and earth automatically flowing into my body. Hee, this feeling is really good." Then she extended her fair and tender little hands as if she was presenting a treasure. Her pretty eyes glanced at Chu Yang. "Elder brother Chu Yang, quickly come and see." Chu Yang moved closer and couldn't help but widen his eyes. As soon as Emo Chingu started to circulate her martial arts, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth seemed to have received an order, and rushed to gather towards Emo Chingu's fair and tender little hands. In an instant, 2 pillars of spiritual energy were formed above her 2 fair and tender little hands, and almost became her second nature. Moreover, this pillar of spiritual energy was drilling into Emo Chingu's meridians at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Ha! What's going on?" Chu Yang wasn't laughing. Instead, it was an unconscious sound that came out of his throat. "I don't know either." Emo Chingu happily waved her hand, and the spirit energy pillar dispersed with a bang. Then she beckoned with her hand, and the dispersed spirit energy above her palm suddenly gathered together again. Then it turned into a hazy lotus flower. "Waha!" The little lowly danced with joy. "I know how to do tricks." Chu Yang was dumbfounded. The old man in the sky almost fell down with a somersault. The old man's eyes widened as he watched the spirit energy lotus flower, little bird pillar, and other transformations taking place in the little girl's palm. Slowly, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. His breathing also became hurried, and his eyes immediately turned red. "What did I see? What did I see?" The old man's hands trembled, and his face looked like he was about to cry. "What exactly did I see? In this world there is actually such a constitution." By the time the old man came back to his senses, the big and small below had already become 2 small dots in the snow and walked far away. The old man stopped in midair. He stood there in a daze for a long time, and suddenly he opened his mouth and sucked in a breath of cold air with a hiss. All the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from all directions seemed to be sucked in by his mouth. Suddenly, a spiritual energy storm was formed. In the distance, Chu Yang and Emo Chingu suddenly felt a little suffocated, and for a moment, they actually had difficulty breathing. It was as if the spiritual energy in this area had suddenly disappeared, Both of them were greatly surprised, and endured this uncomfortable feeling until they ran for a while more before they felt that their breathing was smooth. What happened just now? Chu Yang was puzzled. He looked back, and all he could see was the boundless world, and nothing could be seen. It was really strange just now. Mo Chingu also asked. The two of them looked at each other and then smiled. They didn't even know. Mo Chingu jumped and hugged Chu Yang's neck. Big brother Chu Yang, I'm tired. Carry me and run. Okay. Chu Yang laughed and picked up this weak and boneless body and flew all the way. Both of them didn't know that all this was caused by someone who couldn't control his emotions and took a deep breath. This old man's unintentional breath actually sucked up all the spiritual energy within a radius of thousands of feet. It turned this vast area into a vacuum. What kind of cultivation was this? But this old man with such a terrifying cultivation was already scared out of his wits by what he saw. Even after a long time, he was still muttering to himself, "My God! My earth! My God! What did I see? Heavenly Een body, innate spirit meridians. Aye. My eyes are blurry." He was stunned for a long time before he came back to his senses. "I'll catch up and take a look again." He did as he said, and with a kick of his feet in the air, he suddenly disappeared. Behind him, there was actually a long vacuum tunnel. The sound of a fierce fight was faintly heard from the front of the snowstorm. A clear whistling sound was heard, and it turned into a thunderclap in this snowstorm. It was Duke Yu's voice. Then a long whistle was heard. It was full of energy and wasn't inferior to Duke Yu's, but the voice was clear and gentle. It was a woman's voice. It was Jun Shizhu. Then a loud shout was heard. It shook the area within a radius of 100 miles. Chu Yang took a deep breath. So, this big sister of the three heavens underworld is so awesome. It seems that she isn't inferior to Dukyu. He walked closer and saw that many people had formed a big circle. Almost all of these people were king-level experts. Gu Duxing and the others were also here. In addition, the people of several big clans were also here. Everyone was nervously looking at the scene. The people of the Meng clan were in a remote corner. The people of the Meng clan couldn't take advantage of Dukyu after Chu Yang had sent a message to him. They could only fight recklessly in the open. However, their strength wasn't enough to fight recklessly. Therefore, they could only stay on one side and wait to get a share of the leftovers. Moreover, their original purpose was only to obtain a few drops of the spirit beast's blood. 3 figures were entangled in a whirlwind in the field. One of them was graceful and elegant, but her attacks were ruthless. Her attacks were as heavy as a mountain. Her black clothes were fluttering, and her long hair was fluttering. She was Jun Shizhu. The other person's black clothes were fluttering in the wind. He seemed to be handling a butcher's cleaver with ease, even though he was in such a fierce battle. In fact, it seemed as if he was taking a leisurely stroll. Every move of his didn't carry the slightest bit of anger. It was Dukyu. It turned out that the 2 leaders of the Dark Bamboo were attacking the spirit beast. No wonder the others didn't dare to intervene. Who in the 3 heavens would dare to snatch something that the Dark Bamboo wanted? So many king-level experts of the aristocratic clans had gathered here in the 3 heavens, and they only wanted the blood of the spirit beast that would drip from the body of Jun Shizhu and Dukyu. As for the core of the spirit beast, they didn't even dare to think about it. The target of Jun Shizhu and Dukyu's attack was a blood-red viper. This snake should be the green rainbow blood snake. Chu Yang muttered. Mo Qing looked at the field with her black eyes. She stuck out her tongue and said, "This snake is very ugly." This viper was only about 10 feet long. Its entire body was covered with blood-red scales. It had 3 heads and looked ferocious and dreadful. It had 2 strange claws under its lower abdomen, and its tail was a powerful weapon. It almost never landed on the ground. It was fighting in the air. Its eyes were full of impatience and malevolence. It was obvious that this snake was very helpless and angry at the fact that it had to face such an attack. One of the heads of this viper was constantly spurting out frost energy from its mouth. It was making a rustling sound. Even the air would briefly freeze wherever the frost energy passed. Then it would shatter with a bang. The other head was constantly spewing out raging flames. Wherever the flames reached, the air would tremble and burn. The third head was stretching and shrinking. Every time it stretched and shrank, its neck would stretch for more than 100 feet in the blink of an eye. Its eerie white teeth were exposed, and a fishy smell filled the air. It would immediately retract if its attack didn't work. It would move like thunder and as fast as lightning. Its flexible tail was constantly swinging. It was controlling its body's balance. It would occasionally attack, but it would also retract its attack. However, its might was shocking. Chu Yang saw this and realized that he would have had no other choice but to meet it head-on if he had been within its attack range. He couldn't have evaded it. Green fog was unceasingly emitting from the body of this blood snake along with the battle. The snowflakes in the air had also been dyed green along with the rise of this green fog. The ground where the battle had taken place had turned into a gloomy green color. Many places had already corroded and were riddled with holes. It was obvious that this fog was highly toxic. Jun, Shizhu, and Duke you could only fight in the air. They didn't dare to land on the ground because of this. Chu Yang looked at this green poisonous gas and thought, no wonder this guy is called the Green Rainbow Blood Snake. Its mouth and body are blood red, but it can spurt out green rainbow poisonous fog. Chapter 5:15. The green fog gradually filled the air, and the people outside the encirclement also started to slowly retreat. They kept a distance of several hundred feet from that green fog. The subordinates of Dark Bamboo were clearly ahead of everyone in the three directions. Their swords and hands were flashing. They were glaring like tigers watching their prey. They were ready to attack at any time. Chu Yang watched with rapt attention. He was secretly startled. A spirit beast is worthy of being called a spirit beast. It can contend against the joint attack of Jun Shizhu and Dukyu. It has fallen into a disadvantageous position. It can't rush out no matter how hard it tries. However, it isn't injured. The terror of a spirit beast can be seen from this. Suddenly, a strange and hoarse hissing sound was heard while Chu Yang was pondering. He hastily looked up and saw that the viper had suddenly soared into the sky with a hissing sound. Then, a red shadow soared into the sky. Everyone who heard the viper's hissing sound couldn't help but feel a burst of dizziness in their heads, and they started to hallucinate. Jun Shizhu and Elder Yu whistled and launched a pincer attack from both sides. 3 shadows soared into the sky at the same time. Their speed was so fast that they had left behind countless afterimages. This had created a kind of extreme visual illusion. The people who didn't have time to raise their heads could clearly see that there were still 3 shadows fighting. The people who had just raised their heads could see that there were 3 shadows fighting in the sky. And the people who had raised their heads could also see that there were 3 shadows fighting in the sky. The Green Rainbow Blood Snake wanted to escape. This was something that everyone on the scene could see. Jun Shizhu and Duke Yu also understood this. Therefore, they had simultaneously intensified their attacks. They would have killed the Green Rainbow Blood Snake if they hadn't wanted to capture it alive. However, both of them had already realized that it was impossible to capture this spirit beast alive. Duke Yu let out a long and loud shout, "I'll smash you down! You quickly go and take a breath." His voice hadn't faded when a green shadow flashed, and the sky was suddenly filled with green-robed silhouettes. Jun Shizhu suddenly turned into a black line and rushed outside. She went 1,000 feet away in a flash. Then she finally opened her mouth and took a breath of the spiritual energy of the world. Her tiptoes touched the ground, and her body transformed into a rainbow as she rushed back. It turned out that these two experts had been holding their breaths while fighting the green rainbow blood snake. It seems that these two people don't dare to breathe the poisonous gas of the green rainbow blood snake, even with their cultivation. Chu Yang thought to himself. Duke Yu suddenly exhaled and roared when Jun Shizhu flew out. Get down! The green figure suddenly flew up and arrived above the green rainbow blood snake. Then he ruthlessly struck the green rainbow blood snake's head with his palm. Then he followed up with more than 10 consecutive palm strikes and smashed the green rainbow blood snake's 3 heads. The green light blood snake let out a blood-curdling screech as its body fell to the ground. In the process of falling, Duke Yu followed closely from high up in the sky. His 2 legs flipped as he continuously kicked the green light blood snake's body hundreds of times. With a pew sound, the 3 heads of the green light blood snake simultaneously spat out blood arrows. 3 streaks of blood shot out in 3 different directions and landed on the snowy ground. A sea of crimson red, the eyes of the experts from the aristocratic families turned green as they stared at the 3 pools of blood. Yes, that's what we need. Even if we can only get half of it, it can still be considered as a rewarding journey. The green rainbow blood snake fiercely fell on the snowy ground with a bang sound. The ice fragments swirled in the air. The blood that had just landed on the ground also flew up. Suddenly, the shadows of people rushed towards the 3 pools of blood in the air. They were mixed with angry curses. It's mine. Don't snatch it. Get lost. Why are you snatching it? Kill this bastard. I got a little ha-ha-ha. A king-level expert of the Meng clan had just gotten his hands on it when he was dismembered by the world-defying stage heavens. Everyone's eyes turned red in front of such a strong temptation. You bunch of bastards. Jun Shizhu angrily shouted, kill them all. These people had come to snatch the blood of spirit beasts. The scene was chaotic, and the green rainbow blood snake had a chance to escape. It let out a strange cry, and its 3 heads attacked at the same time. It used its tail to block Duke Yu's heavy blow. Then it jumped out like lightning. Duke Yu roared angrily and flew over. The green rainbow blood snake was fleeing in the direction of Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang. It seemed that this beast also knew how to bully the weak and fear the strong. The number of people in this direction was the smallest. Moreover, it didn't move. It had its back towards Jun Shizhu and Duke Yu. It was rushing towards them with a reckless speed and posture. Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang shouted loudly. 1 saber and 1 sword attacked at the same time. They met the attack head-on. The saber light was as vast as the heavenly river. The sword light was like a meteor in the sky. One was as sharp as a sword that could pierce the blue sky. The other was as vigorous and overbearing as if it could chop off the earth under its feet. The green rainbow blood snake exposed a startled look in its eyes. Fuck! So this old man was hiding in the direction where the attack was the strongest. The green rainbow blood snake would have certainly said these words in grief if it could speak. Those people who were flying around to snatch things were far inferior to these 2 men. Fuck! The attacks of the saber and sword kings fiercely collided with the body of the green rainbow blood snake. A bang sound was heard. Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang spat out blood and flew backwards. However, the irresistible speed of the green rainbow blood snake suddenly came to a halt. It stopped in midair. This little bit of time was enough to announce the death sentence of this green rainbow blood snake. Duke Yu let out a long and loud shout as he rushed over. His foot stretched out at lightning speed and stomped on the tail of the green rainbow blood snake. His saber light flashed at the same time, and a series of bang-bang-bang sounds were heard. Duke Yu's saber was unceasingly chopping at the necks of the 3 heads of the green rainbow blood snake. That layer of scales was extremely hard. Duke Yu's saber couldn't cut it off, so he simply continued to attack. The green rainbow blood snake screamed miserably. It struggled, and blood flew out little by little. Jun Shiju's shadow flew over. Her saber-like palm chopped at the body of the green rainbow blood snake. Then she clenched her fist and fiercely pounded it. 3 bang-bang sounds were heard as the 3 heads of the green rainbow blood snake were smashed into the ground. She shouted loudly, "Little you idiot! You should have smashed its heads into the ground first. Why are you chopping its necks?" Its neck is the hardest part of its body. There's almost no weapon in the world that can break its defense. You're simply wasting your strength. She punched the 3 heads of the green rainbow blood snake again as she spoke, and smashed them back into the ground. Dukyu smiled in ridicule. "Motherfucker, I'm a dignified Dukyu, but I've been called an idiot. And I don't dare to talk back. This is my aunt. I can't afford to offend her." Chuyang was dumbstruck as he looked at this scene. His eyebrows were twitching. This woman is really violent. Then Dukyu and Jun Shiju started to hit the snake with bang 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 sounds. The 2 leaders of the dark bamboo hammered the green rainbow blood snake as if they were hammering a sack. They didn't know how many times they had hammered it. The green rainbow blood snake was still struggling and twisting in the beginning, but its head was once again smashed down like a thunderbolt as soon as it lifted up from the ground. This continued for 7 or 8 times, and the green rainbow blood snake gradually stopped moving. "It's almost done." Jun Shiju gasped for breath. Then she straightened her body and grabbed the tail of the green rainbow blood snake. She then dragged the snake out of the ground. Its entire body had turned soft and vomited. Its joints had been dislocated from the beating. In fact, it couldn't be more dead. Jun Shiju looked at the dead green rainbow blood snake with some suspicion. She then wrinkled her brows. "How did it die so easily?" Dukyu came over and stroked his chin. He was also puzzled after pondering for a long time. Something's wrong. How did it get killed so easily? Moreover, it had a weak appearance since the beginning of the fight. Chuyang secretly smacked his lips as he walked over. Such a powerful spirit beast, but it had a weak appearance. Jun Shiju wrinkled her brows. She turned her palm, and a small and exquisite dagger appeared in her hand. It flashed with a cold light and slashed down with a schwa sound. The snake's skin was once extremely hard. Jun Shiju's complexion became even more unsightly. She cut open the bone with the dagger. Then she dipped her finger into the blood and put it into her mouth. She vomited twice. Then she suddenly became furious. "Bastard! Who took away half of this snake's blood essence?" Dukyu was startled. "What?" He also dipped his finger into the blood and tasted it. Then a strange look appeared on his face. "The blood essence has been taken away? Who has such great ability? They caught it alive and took its blood essence. Moreover, they didn't even leave a single scar on its body. It's still alive and kicking after the blood essence has been taken away. This matter is extremely strange. Half of the blood essence of a lively spirit beast has been taken away. What kind of heaven-defying and earth-penetrating divine ability could accomplish this?" Jun Shiju's face was already filled with murderous aura. Damn it! This overlord of the dark bamboo moved like lightning. She broke the 3 heads of the green rainbow blood snake with 3 pop sounds. Then she took out 3 inner cores, 1 red, 1 white, and 1 green. She then kicked the corpse of the green rainbow blood snake and sent it flying. This kick was very fierce. It was sent flying for more than 1,000 feet. Then it exploded in the air valiant, powerful, overbearing, awesome. Chuyang and the few brothers who had gathered around suddenly became silent out of fear. Even Dukyu was dumbstruck. His eyebrows were twitching crazily, and the muscles on his face were constantly twitching. He turned his head away with a look of lingering fear on his face after a long time. Fortunately, the wife I've found is her younger sister and not her. This is really scary. Oh God, you're a good person. These 3 inner cores are far from meeting my requirements. Jun Shiju sighed and said, the blood essence has been taken away. So, how can I? Suddenly he turned around and shouted sternly, kill those bastards who only know how to take advantage of others and spoil the situation. Bastards! You dare to come and snatch the things that I, Jun Shiju, want? You've got dog guts. The more she spoke, the angrier she became. She angrily said, kill them all. Kill them all. You want the blood of spirit beasts. I'll let you drink your own blood. A person who could catch a spirit beast with his bare hands and extract its blood essence without injuring it in the slightest was definitely a legendary existence. Jun Shiju knew that she couldn't afford to provoke such a person. She had nowhere to vent her anger. So, she decided to vent it on these people. The subordinates of the dark bamboo rushed forward with a murderous look on their faces. A group of king-level experts wailed like ghosts and fled in all directions. Duke Yu angrily shouted, especially these people of the Meng clan, kill them all. They were the first ones to attack. Do you think I didn't see it? The people of the Meng clan were suddenly in a tragic situation. They were so scared that they almost lost control of their bowels. They felt wronged, grieved, and indignant. So many people attacked together. Why did you only see us? I'm going to drink. Today's guests have arrived. I can't catch up with them. So, I'm going to drown my sorrows in alcohol. Chapter 516. The others relaxed as soon as they heard this. They knew that Duke Yu wanted to mess with the Meng clan. So, they ran away without looking back. Only the people of the Meng clan were surrounded. These 8 people were dumbfounded. God knows how our Meng clan offended Duke Yu. Fuck, we're done for. Not only did we fail to achieve our objective, but we will also lose our lives here. However, they didn't know that they had such bad luck because they hadn't offended Duke Yu. Instead, they had offended King of Helchu. The crisis of the Meng clan had arisen from Meng Luo's desire to lay his hands on Emo Ching Wu. They would have rushed home and crippled Meng Luo's evil technique if they knew about this. But they had no chance. Master Yu, you can't do this. The leader of the Meng clan's elders shouted in a sobbing tone. When did our Meng clan offend a friend of the dark bamboo? We have always been. His voice hadn't faded when Duke Yu's face turned as cold as frost. He waved his hand, kill them. Roar. Hundreds of dark bamboo experts roared and pounced forward. Suddenly, screams were heard. Let's take it all. That Meng clan's elder roared in despair. He knew that he had no more luck. However, his words didn't get any response. We are facing hundreds of experts of the dark bamboo. Moreover, there are hundreds of king-level experts among them. Stake it all? Stake it all with what? Jun Shiju tilted her head slightly. She smiled and said, Little you seem to hate the Meng clan to the core. Duke Yu faintly smiled. I don't care. Everyone in the world is like a dog or a pig in my eyes. However, the king of hell wants them dead. Jun Shiju said, Oh, since the king of hell wants them dead, then we can't let them live. Duke Yu smiled. Chu Yang came over with Gu Duxing and the others at this moment. Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang had been severely shaken a moment ago, but they had already returned to normal. We need to discuss this matter at length. Duke Yu tightly knitted his brows and said, Chu Yang, I need your help. What help? Chu Yang asked. I believe that you've seen that our purpose is the blood essence of spirit beasts. This is very useful to me and bamboo. Duke Yu muttered to himself for a while. Then he said, But something unexpected has happened in the current situation. The blood essence of the spirit beast was taken away by someone. We definitely can't defeat this person. Duke Yu heaved a sigh of relief as a gloomy and sullen look flashed across his eyes. If his cultivation hadn't been crippled once, he would have been on par with the person who extracted the blood of a spirit beast. But now he was far inferior. How could he not be sullen? I can tell you this. Duke, he weighed his words and said, I am the world-defying stage. I need a complete inner core of a spirit beast to heal my injuries. I had forcefully increased my strength since I was injured the last time. So, I ended up with a chronic illness. My strength drops to emperor level for a period of time every year, but my strength recovers after this period of time. In this situation, we need the inner core of a spirit beast to make up for it. Bamboo needs the blood essence of spirit beasts to increase its cultivation and break through its current bottleneck. Duke, you said in a heavy voice, therefore, our dark bamboo has come to the northern wilderness in such a big way. With our strength, we wouldn't have been able to escape as long as a spirit beast appeared. But there's obviously a change now. Someone is extracting the blood essence of a spirit beast. We can't use the blood essence that he has extracted. For example, this green rainbow blood snake. Chu Yang nodded. He finally understood the reason, so that's how it is. So, we need you and your brothers to help us. Jun Shizhu said, King of Hell Chu, I will divide the manpower into 8 teams in a moment. And each team will need to be led by someone. But no one can pose a threat to a spirit beast apart from me, and little you if you want to do so. But you guys can. Jun Shizhu looked at Chu Yang and the others with a somewhat envious look in her eyes. That's because all of you have divine weapons in your hands. You want each of us to lead a team, right? Chu Yang said straightforwardly, That's not a problem. Chu Yang had seen that Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang were already 5th grade king level experts when they had made their moves a moment ago. It was enough to see that the elixirs and Duke Yu's guidance had produced good results in the past few days. Chu Yang would have separated from his brothers, even if Jun Shizhu hadn't asked him to do so. He would have let them go out to gain experience on their own. They would have had to touch their own understanding of the great path between life and death. Good. I will give each of you a sensing purple crystal. You can inject your spiritual power into the sensing purple crystal as long as you find something. We will receive it immediately. Jun Shizhu said, In addition, I will place the lotus core of the mysterious ice jade lotus in the ice field of the northern wilderness to lure the wind fox here. We will surround it from all directions as long as the wind fox appears. We can't let it escape in any case. She sighed deeply and said, The wind fox is the fastest spirit beast among all the spirit beasts. It's also the most difficult to catch one, but we have no choice but to target it now. This person who has come to extract the blood essence of a spirit beast is truly hateful. Chu Yang understood in his heart. The wind fox is the fastest. So, Jun Shizhu obviously isn't sure about this, but it's possible to preserve the blood essence because of its fast speed. Good. Chu Yang agreed. Gu Duxing and the others were eager to give it a try. Moreover, you must pay attention to one thing. If you come across a person with a big sarcoma on his face, he's short and fat. Don't get involved with him. Avoid him if you can't. But don't provoke him if you can't avoid him. Jun Shizhu hesitated for a moment. Then she finally said, He's a member of the Shao clan of the upper 3 heavens. Don't get into a conflict with him. Shao clan of the upper 3 heavens. Chu Yang silently muttered. Moreover, spirit beasts have never appeared in the upper 3 heavens. But so many of them have appeared this time. They must be from ancient times. Moreover, some mysterious experts will also appear. You must be careful. Jun Shizhu exhorted again. I'll remember, Chu Yang solemnly replied. Good. Let's start the operation immediately. We'll be in danger of being preemptively attacked if we're late. June, Shi Zhu made a prompt decision. She immediately issued a series of orders. She spoke in a clear and organized manner. She separated the troops in an instant and said, "Please." Then she led her team and left like the wind. Duke Yu laughed out loud. Then he floated in the air and said with a smile, "King of Hell Chu, this is the first time we've cooperated." His voice hadn't faded when he disappeared in the boundless snow. Gu Duxing cupped his fists in greeting. "Take care of yourself, big brother!" Chu Yang hastily shouted, "You guys, wait a moment!" "What's the matter?" Dong Wushang stopped his footsteps. "Let me take a look at your sabers and swords. Have they been damaged in the recent battles?" Chu Yang asked in a soft voice. "There's certainly some damage, but it's not serious," Gu Duxing smiled. He took out the black dragon sword and handed it over. Luo Kudi and GMO also handed over their swords. Dong Wushang held his saber and stood on one side. Chu Yang used his hand to check them one by one. He said after a long time, "There's no problem. I'm relieved. Haha, you guys go. Don't delay the important matters." The four of them each led a team and set off. Everyone was full of doubts. What's the matter with Big Brother? Does he want to pass our sabers and swords just to take a look? Just to touch them? The four of them felt that their weapons seemed to be a little different after Chu Yang touched them. But they couldn't tell what exactly was different. Everyone muttered in their hearts, "Seems like it's just my imagination." As they thought about it, they disappeared without a trace. Chu Yang watched them leave, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Just now, he had already used the Calamity sword to transform these few sabers and swords. The touch of the sun and moon ointment and the injection of the true essence of the weapons had already made these few sabers and swords extraordinary. Instead, they had become divine weapons that could produce spirituality. This benefit could only be truly shown when Gu Duxing, Dong Wushang, and the others used it to a certain extent. Moreover, the sabers and swords drank more and more blood. "Let's go too." Chu Yang held Mo Ching Wu's small hand and nodded to the 40 people following him. He said, "Follow me." Then he chose a direction and sped away. Among the 40 people, there were 20 king-level experts, and the rest were all low-grade, revered martial artists. They obviously didn't trust the young man assigned by the monarch, but they still resolutely carried out his order and sped away. The wind and snow were everywhere, and it was a vast expanse. When the old man who chased after them reached this place, there was already no one left. Only corpses were left on the ground. He sniffed and suddenly said angrily, "Who is this?" He actually used a deceptive tactic. There were more than 10 waves of people, and they all went in different directions. Isn't this torturing these old bones of mine? With a whoosh, he suddenly flew a little higher and chased forward in the sky like dancing on the clouds. He muttered, "I don't believe that I can't find you." However, he was endlessly blaming himself in his heart. "Look at you. You should have just rushed down and done with it. Now, you actually have to look for a needle in a haystack. Why did you stare blankly for a while? You're really looking for trouble. If the other old man saw you, it would be over." Not long after Chu Yang ran, he felt that the sensing purple crystal in his hand was a little hot. He took it out and looked at it. There seemed to be a faint white line on it, pointing to the west. Chu Yang immediately changed his direction and followed the direction the purple crystal was pointing to. He suddenly became a little curious about this sensing purple crystal. This thing is really a good thing. With this thing, I really don't have to be afraid of losing contact with my brothers. In case any of them is in danger, I can rescue them in time. Chapter 517. Chu Yang hadn't had time to open his mouth when a king-level expert stepped forward and shouted, "I belong to the dark bamboo. I'll borrow your path for 3 days. What kind of friend is Feng Shui?" His voice sounded like a bronze bell, and shattered the snowflakes in the sky. A white shadow flashed in front of them. He said in a gentle and refined manner, "I'm Ao Clan Sieyin. I've come here to hunt spirit beasts. Since the dark bamboo is barring your path, brothers, make way." The flat, snow-covered ground in front of them turned over as soon as the order was given. More than a dozen people stood up and retreated to both sides. "So, it's Ao Clan Sieyin," that king-level expert said in a deep voice. "Thank you." Chu Yang cupped his hands towards Ao Sieyin and took the lead to rush out. He disappeared in the wind and snow in front of them in the blink of an eye. "Isn't that King of Hell Chu? Why is he here?" Ao Sieyin muttered to himself as he saw more than 40 people rolling away. His heart was full of doubts. Then he waved his hand. "Continue to hide. Act according to the plan as soon as someone chases a spirit beast." Everyone complied. The snow-covered ground moved up and down. Then everyone went back to hide. It was obvious that Ao Sieyin didn't have any assurance that he could track a spirit beast. But he had chosen the most stupid method. Wait for an opportunity. This method was very stupid, but it was very effective in this world. A spirit beast wouldn't pass through here unless it didn't pass through here. But they would be able to attack it head-on as long as it passed through here. Even if they weren't lucky enough to obtain the blood essence of the spirit beast, they would still be able to leave a good impression on the person who is chasing the spirit beast. After all, they would be able to obtain a little bit of blood as long as that person obtained the whole body of the spirit beast. A white shadow was coming from the far west. It seemed as if it was carrying a hurricane with it. Its entire body was moving forward. It seemed as if it had taken the form of a solid eye of the hurricane. Moreover, the speed of this white shadow was twice as fast as the wind it was carrying. Sometimes it would be in the east and sometimes in the west. It would occasionally flee in the sky and dazzle people's eyes. Most of the time, by the time you saw the white shadow, it would have already fled far away. This kind of speed was truly shocking. However, this white shadow was clearly panicking. In fact, it seemed as if it was running in a panic. As they ran, they would occasionally squeak in fear. Behind them, a nimble figure was chasing after them in the air. His movement technique was elegant, and he did not seem to be fast or slow. However, every time this figure flashed, he had already crossed a distance of several hundred feet. He reached out to grab the little white figure. The white shadow ran away in panic, and the human shadow also disappeared immediately. "Little darling, don't go. I only want half of your blood essence. I will definitely not harm your life. Be good, don't run." But how could that white shadow not run? He was almost out of breath, helplessly. The white shadow turned around and dived into the snow, disappearing without a trace. The shadow in the sky let out a cold snort and suddenly stretched out a hand, grabbing at the void. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and 100 feet of the ground was grabbed by his hand. It was as if the entire ground had been lifted up. A huge black hole was revealed. The white shadow flashed and escaped from the big hole in a panic. Then it flashed and turned into a stream of light running far away. "Little darling, don't run. Could it be that you still don't understand that you won't be able to escape from my hands?" The figure shook his head and smiled faintly with a somewhat helpless expression. His body flashed across the sky and he chased after her. At this moment, there was a loud roar in the direction where the white shadow was running away. A red shadow soared into the sky as if it was going to burn the sky. The white shadow was overjoyed and ran towards that direction. If it could speak, it would be crying tears of joy. "My dear mother, there's finally a scapegoat." The shadow behind him was startled and said, "Why is the fire lion here? I have no choice but to kill it with a spoon." He sped up and chased after the white shadow. Not long after, there was another earth-shaking roar. It came from another direction. This is really strange. How many spirit beasts are there in the world-defying stage? How come there are 3 of them here? Even the single-horned dragon has appeared. The shadow muttered a few words, but this is also good. It saves me a long journey. He chased for dozens of miles and suddenly realized, I was wondering why it was so strange. It turns out that someone put a mysterious ice jade lotus in the heart of the wasteland. Thinking of this, he no longer held back his strength. He let out a long roar and increased his speed. This is terrible. That bastard has also rushed here. The old man who was chasing after Mo Chingu from behind changed his expression and rushed forward even more exasperatedly. It was not easy for me to find one. Don't let him snatch it away. Then he slapped himself 3 or 4 times in the face without delay. Who asked you to be so muddle-headed at such a crucial time? Look, this is a little strange. He flew over with a whoosh. In another direction far away, a short and fat guy with a big sarcoma on his forehead sniffed in surprise. He raised his head and listened. Then he pointed and said, Over there! Let's go. The 3 of them immediately changed their direction and ran away. In the extreme north, a man in white shook his head helplessly and muttered, These guys are really too free to come to the upper 3 heavens to hunt spirit beasts. Aren't there plenty of them in the upper 3 heavens? Could it be that they have other motives? No, I have to go and take a look. Just as he was about to move, he cursed and muttered, I don't know why those 2 old guys came down this time. I'm not their match. Is it the past? Or the past? Or the past? Motherfucker, let's go then. His thin body suddenly straightened up and spun in the air like a top. With a whoosh, he disappeared without a trace. In the middle of a wasteland, Duke Yu's green robe was already fluttering in the wind. He was fighting with a spirit beast whose entire body was like a raging fire. This time, Duke Yu did not show any mercy at all. Every move he made used all his strength. That raging fire spirit beast was smashed until it howled in pain. Duke Yu's complexion was getting redder and redder. His moves were getting heavier and heavier, and his agility was getting faster and faster. 2 shadows, 1 green and 1 red, had already rolled into a ball. They were fighting against each other and had violently shaken the surrounding snow. A long shadow was flying over from afar. It was a strange creature with a strange horn on its head. It didn't seem to care about the battlefield where Duke Yu was fighting. It shook its head and wagged its tail and pounced towards the central position. There was a dreamlike lotus in full bloom there. Mysterious ice jade lotus. Lotus heart. Evil creature. Jun Shiju's silhouette left thousands of afterimages in the air. She frantically rushed over and snatched the mysterious ice jade lotus from under the teeth of this single-horned dragon. She turned her hand and put it in her bosom. The good thing that was in her hands had flown away out of thin air. How could this single-horned dragon endure this? It suddenly became furious. It opened its big mouth and roared angrily. Its 4 stump-like legs trampled on the ice field and made it shake and sway. Jun Shiju's elegant eyebrows wrinkled. She had not expected such a situation to occur. She had only wanted to attract one of these beasts. She had wanted to join forces with Duke Yu and quickly capture it. However, 2 beasts had come at once. She saw that this single-horned dragon wasn't leaving. It was shaking its head and wagging its tail and was roaring. It was asking for the mysterious ice jade lotus, as if it was a creditor. Jun Shiju felt both angry and amused at the same time. This single-horned dragon is willing to give up its life for the mysterious ice jade lotus. The single-horned dragon flew into a rage when it saw that its demands were fruitless. It soared up and rolled up its body in the air. Then it suddenly stretched out, and a round body that was more than 100 feet long suddenly rushed down. It had taken the initiative to launch an attack. This evil creature doesn't know life from death. Jun Shiju became angry. She brandished her palms in the air and ferociously attacked it. She didn't retreat even a step. That's because, Duke, you would be behind her if she were to retreat. The single-horned dragon let out a muffled roar and flipped over in the air with its 4 claws facing the sky. Jun Shiju roared loudly, and the accumulated snow in the surroundings was shaken up. She quickly retreated and cut into Duke Yu's battle circle like lightning. She didn't care that her palms were bleeding. She shook her hands and crazily threw hundreds of palms towards the fire lion's head. Duke Yu's attack also arrived at the same time. Both of them clearly felt that there were powerful auras approaching them from all 4 directions at a rapid speed. This matter couldn't be delayed. This thing wouldn't be theirs if they delayed even a moment. Therefore, both of them were going all out at this moment. It could be said that this fire lion was extremely unlucky. It had been lured here by the elixir and had come to throw away its life. Its skin, which it had always been proud of, had been cracked open. It had been beaten from top to bottom and had been turned into a pool of mud. Spirit beasts were indeed powerful, but how could they withstand the siege of 2 saint-level experts? It didn't even have time to scream. The raging flames were still spurting out from its body, but it had already lost its life. It was buried deep in the ground. Jun Shiju took out a big purple crystal jade bottle. Then she drew a line with her hand and extracted the blood essence from the broken spine of the fire lion. Her face exposed a happy expression. It hasn't been extracted. It's completely intact. She finished extracting the blood essence and took out the inner core of the fire lion. Then she saw that Duke Yu and the single-horned dragon were already in a tumultuous fight. The single-horned dragon let out a strange cry when it saw that she had raised her head to look at it. It endured Duke Yu's attack and rolled backwards. Then it turned around and fled in a panic. It couldn't deal with one of them. So, how could it deal with 2 of them? These 2 human beings were too frightening for this dragon. It hadn't thought about the consequences when the elixir had been snatched away, but it had fainted now. Spirit beasts certainly had their dignity. So, it was obviously very shameful to flee. But it was better than that stupid lion being skinned alive, right? However, it didn't even notice that it had deviated from the direction it had come from. It wasn't heading towards the direction it had come from. Instead, it was heading towards the east. A small white shadow was crazily fleeing from the east and was accompanied by a whistling tornado. Today, the 2nd watch, the 3rd watch, I'm working hard, begging for monthly votes. Chapter 518. With a whooshing sound, this small white shadow had already skimmed under the single-horned dragon's body. With the help of the single-horned dragon's huge body, it was about to run away. Suddenly, a strong aura similar to the aura of the person who had been chasing it appeared in front of it. And in the other 2 directions, there were also strong auras approaching at the same time. Was this an inescapable trap? This small white shadow suddenly panicked. Even with the strength of a spirit beast, its claws were actually numb at this moment. Its eyes rolled a few times and suddenly felt a very familiar aura from another direction. Without hesitation, it rushed towards that direction. That direction Chu Yang was rushing over with Emo Chingu. From afar, he heard the sound of heaven and earth shattering. Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat, and he still sped up. Suddenly, a white shadow that was hard to see with the naked eye came over. Before Chu Yang could react, the white shadow had already disappeared. Then a powerful tornado swept over. The wind blew so hard that they couldn't even open their eyes. Their legs felt weak, and it seemed as if they were about to be swept up into the sky. Chu Yang shouted and held Emo Chingu tightly in his arms. Like 1,000 pounds falling, he fixed them on the ice field. With a whoosh, the tornado blew past and formed a tornado behind the 2 of them. It went far away in a straight line. What's going on? Chu Yang opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of snow that was poured into his mouth by the tornado. He shook his head and shook off the snow and ice on his head. Emo Chingu obviously didn't know either. She shook her head blankly. The two of them did notice that in the pocket of Mo Qingwu's extremely fat raccoon fur coat, a small snow-white head cautiously poked out. Its eyes rolled around, and a snow-white tail came out from behind its head, standing upright and swaying. Then, with a whoosh sound, its small head shrank back into Mo Qingwu's pocket. Only a section of its tail was left outside, like a flagpole. Then a small and delicate white claw stretched out and quietly pulled the tail inside. Regarding this, Mo Qingwu and Chu Yang were actually completely unaware. Mo Qingwu's raccoon fur blanket was specially prepared by Chu Yang. It wrapped Mo Qingwu's petite body inside and then made a big bag for snacks. The two of them had never dreamed that such a small place would become the hiding place of a formidable spirit beast. In the pocket, the small head moved slightly and changed into a more comfortable position. It lay down and covered its body with its tail. This way, it was the same color as the raccoon fur coat. As long as this tail was not removed, no one would think that there was a spirit beast hidden underneath. The little thing breathed a sigh of relief and looked around with its rolling eyes. There was actually something very, very sweet right next to it. She tried to open the candy and put it into her mouth. Wow, it was too delicious. It was too delicious. Could this be heaven? The pure aura on Mo Qingwu's body made it feel very comfortable. So, it couldn't help but close its eyes in satisfaction. Something was not right. How could this little girl gather spiritual energy on her body? And it was the purest kind. Waha! It was really too comfortable. This little spirit beast had recognized this place in such a short time and wasn't willing to leave. It looked at the bag full of colorful candies. Humph! There would be so many good things to eat if I went back. Not to mention that this little girl could gather spiritual energy. Wouldn't I have a tail if I could stay by her side and practice? Moreover, no one would be able to recognize my true value if I had a human as a cover. This was a good thing that could kill 80 birds with one stone. But how could I stay by her side for a long time? The little thing's eyes were rolling around anxiously. This matter was somewhat difficult to handle. A thunderous sound came from midair. Everyone looked up and was immediately dumbfounded, especially Jun Shizhu and Dukyu. They were even more dumbfounded. They saw that the single-horned dragon, which was still alive and powerful a moment ago, was now drooping down softly and issuing a mournful cry from its mouth. Its tail was easily tied up by a white-robed man's hand. This white-robed man was standing high in the air. However, it seemed as if he was standing on the summit of a group of mountains. The ground under his feet was very solid. He gently shook his hand, and that formidable spirit beast, the single-horned dragon, was swung back and forth like a horsewhip. It seemed as if he was playing down the matter in an indifferent manner. The single-horned dragon issued a mournful whining sound. The white-robed man scolded it with a smile. "Isn't it just a little bit of your blood essence? Look at how useless you are." The single-horned dragon whined twice and whined twice. Then it listlessly hung its head down. It had accepted its fate. Jun Shiju's eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. This man is so powerful. Is he a supreme level expert? The white-robed man seemed to have finished dealing with it. He casually tossed the single-horned dragon, and it immediately soared into the sky. This toss had covered a distance of several thousand feet. "I'll spare your life," the white-robed man indifferently said. Then he suddenly raised his eyebrows and shouted, "I'll speak. Spare its life. Could it be that you want to die, you bastard?" His voice wasn't loud. In fact, the people present on the scene didn't feel anything. However, it flew towards the west like a cannonball. The short and stout man who was chasing after the single-horned dragon suddenly screamed. His body fell down from midair and rolled on the ground again and again. It turned out that the white-robed man's words had turned into an extremely powerful spirit energy attack. It had flown for dozens of miles and had suddenly exploded in the ears of this short and stout man. He had understood it, and had received an unprecedented shock. This kind of controlling ability was simply unimaginable. This short and stout man had been bleeding from his 7 orifices by the time he stood up. He looked very ferocious. Moreover, he looked even more ferocious with the big sarcoma on his head. The 2 people beside him were shocked. They hastily stepped forward. "Master, what's wrong with you, master?" The short and stout man exposed an extremely frightened look in his eyes. His eyes flickered as he looked in the direction where the sound had come from. However, he didn't have the slightest desire to get his hands on the single-horned dragon anymore. "Come here," the white-robed man coldly said. This voice had also passed through dozens of miles of space and had arrived in front of the short and stout man. Then the air in front of the short and stout man vibrated, and 2 words suddenly appeared out of thin air. "Come here!" At this time, the voice transmitted from the empty space. It was the same 2 words, "Come here!" It was full of authority that couldn't be refused. This was a kind of power that could dominate the world. The short and stout man's legs went soft, and he almost knelt down. He forcibly restrained himself and said, "Come with me. Be careful. Don't speak carelessly." He muttered in his heart, "Motherfucker, it seems that I'm always encountering ghosts this time. Fuck. I haven't even met one in the upper 3 heavens. But I'm encountering one in the upper 3 heavens. What the fuck is this? Do I have any other choice than to admit my bad luck when encountering such a master?" He hung his head dejectedly and led his 2 subordinates in the direction of the voice. The white-robed man, who was rushing over from the north, smiled bitterly. "I've really met a ghost. What should I do?" He was thinking when he heard a voice. "Why are you still standing there in a daze? You come here as well." The white-robed man smiled bitterly. He had no choice but to hurry over. A burst of wind and clouds surged in the south. A violent silhouette suddenly arrived from the horizon. It seemed as if the entire sky had collapsed along with his arrival. Jun Shiju and Duke looked at each other. They felt shocked in their hearts. These 2 people were already at the top of the pyramid in the upper 3 heavens. It could be said that there was no third person in the upper 3 heavens whose cultivation was higher than that of Dukyu and Jun Shiju. However, the white-robed man who had appeared first was far superior to the 2 of them. The cultivation of the violent silhouette that was about to arrive was perhaps on par with that of this white-robed man. The 2 of them looked at each other again, and saw that their eyes had calmed down instead. The matter had already reached this point. It wasn't a disaster if it was a blessing, but it couldn't be avoided if it was a disaster. Do whatever you want. The man who had been chasing Mo Ching Wu from the south arrived here. He saw the white-robed man at first glance. One of them was standing high in the sky, and the other was standing a little lower. Their 4 eyes met. All the spirit energies in the air suddenly issued a dense collision sound from the sky the moment their 4 eyes met. Then a black hole-like crack in the air spread down from the sky and reached the ground between the 2 people. It divided the world into 2 parts. A crack of unknown depth suddenly appeared on the ground with a bang. It was 3 feet wide and couldn't be sideways. A burst of cold wind blew out from this crack. It seemed as if it was leading straight to the netherworld. The 2 of them had only stared at each other, but it had produced such a powerful force. Chu Yang's heart jumped as he saw this. Monster. Truly a monster. Chu Yang looked at the expressions on the faces of Jun Shiju and Dukyu, and he was even more certain that these 2 people were supreme-level experts. These were the people who had stood at the peak of the Double Heavens continent since ancient times. Apart from the supreme-level experts, there wasn't any other level that could be so powerful. "What are you doing here?" the white-robed man faintly asked with a warm smile on his face. He still had his head lowered and was looking at the people on the ground. It seemed as if a supreme king was overlooking all living beings. He seemed to be talking to the people on the ground, but he was actually asking that person high in the sky. The crack in the air had already disappeared. Following this sentence, a faint airflow slowly rose into the air. At the same time, a dense voice said, "What are you doing here?" Then the voices suddenly staggered. It seemed as if countless people were speaking in an intricate and disorderly manner. "What are you doing here? What are you doing here? What are you doing here? What are you doing here?" Ah. Chapter 519. The man in white spoke alone, but it was as if the whole world was repeating his words. Everything was going along with him. Even the mountains were responding and echoing. His voice rumbled and rushed to the sky. The snowflakes in the sky stopped falling after he spoke. They just floated in the sky. Above, the strange old man laughed strangely and said, "Then why are you here?" His voice was normal, but it was condescending. One spoke first, and the other spoke later. But the two voices collided in the sky. With a dull thud, the snowflakes in the sky suddenly fell down with a swoosh. With a thud, a wall of snow fell on the ground. In this short period of time, a layer of snow had formed in the sky because of the heavy snowfall. Its weight also increased a lot. After the wall of snow fell, the snowflakes in the sky began to fall at a normal speed. The two people's bodies didn't shake at all. They were calm and relaxed. Apparently, they were evenly matched. One was higher than the other, and they were facing each other from a distance. "I'm here to collect some essence blood of spirit beasts to make medicine." The man in white laughed softly and said, "It seems that after so many years, your cultivation didn't fall behind at all. It seems that we still have to fight for who is the best in the world for a few years." Best in the world. The old man in gray laughed and said, "If my meridians weren't damaged by that bastard tribulation swordmaster, I would have killed you with my palm. How would you have the chance to fight for the best in the world with me? What you're saying is simply bullshit." The man in white was not angry. With a humble and reasonable attitude, he scolded gently. "Back then, your meridians were damaged by him. Didn't I have my legs broken by him too? My meridians were cut off. There's only a difference of 1 year. Why do you have to bring out such old vinegar to talk about?" The two people didn't care about other people's feelings at all. They just chatted casually. Below, Chu Yang suddenly opened his eyes wide. He only felt that his ears were rumbling with thunder. The previous tribulation, Sword Master. These two people were actually people who had fought with the previous master of Calamity Sword. Doesn't that mean these two old guys have lived for more than 10,000 years? What the fuck? What kind of old monster was this? Chu Yang immediately became vigilant. No wonder the sword spirit warned me. It seems that if I reveal the Calamity Sword, these two people might be able to tell that I'm the Calamity Sword Master. Thinking of this, Chu Yang strictly ordered the sword spirit not to move and not to contact him. He also warned the Calamity Sword not to move and fall into a deep sleep. It was better to be safe than sorry. And these two were actually fighting for the title of World's #1. Didn't that mean in the current heavenly layer, the cultivation of these two people was the most powerful? No one else could surpass these two people? How valiant! However, he hadn't expected that he would encounter such a person in the northern wasteland today. It was an extremely unexpected surprise. It wasn't just Chu Yang. Mo Qing Wu didn't know what Tribulation Swordmaster was. Jun Shizhu, Duke Yu, Gudu Xing, and the other king-level experts were so startled that they opened their mouths wide. A few of them groaned in pain. He was someone who had fought with the master of Calamity Sword 10,000 years ago. "Oh my God," the gray-robed old man snorted and said. "It's all because that bastard suddenly disappeared. Otherwise, this old man would have looked for him to settle this account." The white-robed man chuckled. He shook his head and laughed in a low voice. Ning Tianya, you're still boasting shamelessly. You're making this old man despise you. The gray-robed man angrily said, Baluching, don't you want to take revenge for that sword attack? Why are you pretending to be magnanimous? Do you think that I don't know your sinister, despicable, shameless, lowly and filthy true face? The white-robed man, Baluching, elegantly shook his head. Of course I want it, but he's gone missing. Or I should say that he's dead. Why do you keep talking about him every day, since you can't find him? You're just making yourself angry. You can't do anything except make yourself angry. Ning Tianya, it's not that I want to criticize you, but you should learn from me. Your chest is too small. After saying that, he actually let out a sincere sigh. It seemed as if he felt pity for his old rival, who had been entangled with him for more than 10,000 years. Baluching had been entangled with him for more than 10,000 years. So, how could he not understand his old rival's temperament? He knew that his old rival would get angry if he said these words. So, he had to be prepared to find a place to fight with this old man. However, he hadn't expected that Ning Tianya would laugh mischievously and say, Who cares if my chest is small or not? I'm not learning from you. Then he sat down in the air. He raised his head and looked at the snowflakes in the sky. He said, You should hurry up and finish your work. Then you should leave quickly. This old man wants to bask in the sun here. Baluching was startled. How did this old bastard suddenly change his temperament? This isn't like him. Baluching was confused in an instant. Bask in the sun. You've come to the northern wasteland for 3 days to bask in the sun. Only an old bastard like you can do this. This place is covered with dark clouds and heavy snow all year round. Where does the sun come from? This old bastard doesn't lie seriously. Baluching was lost in his thoughts when he heard a snoring sound from afar. A big meatball was running over, panting for breath. He walked closer to take a look. Then he realized that it was a short and fat man. His flat head was pressed against his neck. His big belly was trembling up and down. His 2 small and short legs were running in a crisscross pattern. He looked like a big watermelon with 2 chopsticks stuck under it, and a small melon was placed on top of it. As he walked closer, he could see that this person had a round face, a round nose, round eyes, and round mouth. The most bizarre thing was that there was actually a round lump on his round forehead. Senior. The short and fat man was running all the way. He didn't dare to use his spirit power as he approached. He was sweating profusely as he ran towards the white-robed man. He then said while panting, I'm Xiao Chongfeng of the Xiao clan. This short and fat man has such an artistic and unrestrained name. Everyone almost spat out their rice when they heard this. However, they didn't dare to. Xiao Chongfeng of the Xiao clan. He is a member of the Xiao clan, one of the ruling clans of the upper 3 heavens. The people of the big clans of the upper 3 heavens came to the upper 3 heavens like imperial envoys. Who would dare to offend them? The white-robed man looked at this short and fat man in astonishment. He shook his head for a long time. Then he gently scolded, Motherfucker, you've wasted such a beautiful name. Yes. Xiao Chongfeng's short and fat body bowed. He wiped the sweat on his face and said, It's my fault. I shouldn't have wasted such a beautiful name. I'll report to the clan lord when I return to the clan. I'll change my name. Change it to Fat Pig Xiao, Baluching insipidly said. Thank you for giving me this name, Senior. I'll be called Fat Pig Xiao from today onwards. Xiao Chongfeng excitedly turned his head and shouted, Did you hear that? Senior has changed my name. Call me Fat Pig Xiao from now on. Do you understand? This short and fat man had obviously heard the words of the white-robed man. He knew that this white-robed man was a supreme figure in the upper 3 heavens. How could he dare to be disrespectful? Let's not talk about being ridiculed by the opposite party. Even if the opposite party forced him to eat shit, he would still happily eat it. He wouldn't dare to have the slightest hesitation. Everyone was dumbstruck. Is this a member of the ruling clan of the upper three heavens? How can he be so spineless? Only Dooku stared at this fat pig Shao, with a complicated look in his eyes. This fat pig Shao can be big or small. He's sinister and vicious. He immediately changed his attitude once he discovered that there's a super expert here. He didn't hesitate to lower his voice in order to save his life. However, one thing was certain. Everyone here would suffer under Fat Pig Zhao's evil hands if Bulu Qing were to leave this place now. They would be silenced by him. He would never allow these people to live and spread the word of his shameless groveling at this moment. Bulu Qing looked at him with disgust and said, "You wait on one side." Then Bulu Qing turned his head, looked at Jun Shizhu, and said with a good-natured smile, "Little girl, I know that you've just obtained a portion of Spirit Beast's blood essence, and this old man needs a large amount of Spirit Beast's blood essence to refine medicine. I wonder if you can part with it? Rest assured, this old man won't treat you unfairly." Jun Shizhu hesitated for a while. She felt conflicted in her heart. She tossed and turned for a long time. Then she finally made up her mind. She raised her head and said, "Senior is very resourceful. So you must have seen that this junior has reached a bottleneck, and I need the Spirit Beast's blood essence to break through. I'm drooling over the conditions that Senior has promised me, but it's somewhat difficult for me to accept." Chu Yang couldn't help but smack his lips. This woman is very strong. Even a supreme-level expert wants something from her. But she refuses without any hesitation. Bulu Qing hadn't expected that Jun Shizhu would refuse. He had thought that he would receive the Spirit Beast's blood essence the moment he had spoken those words. So he had been waiting and considering what to give to the other party as compensation. However, he hadn't expected that the other party would throw such a stiff sentence at him. "Do you mean to refuse me?" Bulu Qing wrinkled his brows. His complexion slightly changed. He couldn't believe that he had asked this question. Jun Shizhu nodded and said, "Yes, this junior refuses." She smiled and said, "This junior doesn't know why so many spirit beasts have suddenly appeared in the northern wilderness. But I presume that it must be related to you, Senior. Senior needs the blood essence of spirit beasts, and these spirit beasts have appeared." Bulu Qing nodded slightly. His eyes were half closed as he said yes. "This junior also doesn't know what the consequences will be if I refuse Senior." Jun Shizhu raised her head and resolutely said, "I also know that these spirit beasts have been lured out by Senior, but I'm afraid that I won't be able to advance for the rest of my life if I miss this opportunity." She insipidly said, "Please understand, Senior." Dooku faintly smiled. He took a step forward and stood side by side with her. His sharp eyes looked at Bulu Qing in the sky. However, there wasn't even the slightest trace of fear on his face. There was a huge difference between their strengths, but the imposing aura that Dooku was displaying at this moment could faintly rival Bulu Qing's. "I'm inferior to you. You're a supreme-level expert, but I won't hesitate to fight you if you want to fight." Chapter 520. Jun Shizhu was startled. She shouted, "Little you, go back!" Duke Yu faintly smiled, but didn't speak anything. His blue robe fluttered as he stood in front of her. "Fat pig Shao, no," Shao Changfeng angrily said. "Bullshit! Senior wants your spirit beast's blood because he thinks highly of you. He's giving you face. Stinky woman, you don't know how to appreciate favors." He took a step forward and was about to attack. Duke Yu sneered. He took a step forward and insipidly said, "You fat pig! I can guarantee that you'll die in front of us if you dare to take one more step forward." Shao Changfeng was startled. He looked at Dukyu with a gloomy and cold gaze. He was just about to scold Dukyu when a strong energy suddenly descended from the sky. It grabbed Xiao Changfeng's neck and threw him out. Along the way, Xiao Changfeng continuously received hundreds of slaps. At that time, Xiao Changfeng's originally pig-like head became even more similar to a pig's head. He only heard Buluqing angrily say, "How can this old man's business be managed by a shameless, despicable and shameless dwarf like you? I'll pull out your tongue if you dare to say one more word." Xiao Changfeng immediately kept quiet out of fear. He stood there and lowered his head. His eyes flashed with a vicious light, but he didn't dare to let anyone see it. A wild laughter came from the sky. "Buluqing, you've grown up. There's so many spirit beasts here. You could have just grabbed a few of them, but you're snatching the things of a little girl. Don't you know shame?" Buluqing coldly snorted. He didn't reply. He only looked at Jun Shizhu and Dukyu. Both of them didn't have any fear on their faces. Their bodies were straight, and they didn't have the slightest bit of timidity. "Fine." Buluqing coldly snorted and said, "I won't force you if that's the case, but I don't want others to say that I'm bullying the weak. It won't look good on my face." He turned around to leave after he had finished speaking. After all, it would have been a big loss of face if he'd been rejected despite his status. Buluqing didn't want to stay here any longer. Suddenly, a burst of energy vibrated in the air. Another white-clothed man floated over. His white shadow appeared. He had already arrived on the scene. He elegantly bowed with his hands clasped in front. "I've been summoned by Senior. Greetings to Senior Bu. Greetings to Senior Ning." Buluqing snorted. Then he rolled his eyes and said, "Do you law enforcement officers also need spirit beasts? Why are you here?" The man in white smiled and said, "That's not it. It's just that this brother, Xiao, violated the rules set by the enforcers and came to the upper three heavens for his own selfish reasons. I had no choice but to come and take a look." He paused for a while before he continued, "As for the spirit beasts, I don't dare to touch them." Buluqing snorted. He glared at Xiao Changfeng and said, "This fatty is quite charming." He actually attracted the law enforcers of the heaven to follow him. Xiao Changfeng had long been silent like a cicada in winter, cold sweat flowing down his back. Even he himself didn't know that a heaven layer enforcer had followed him down the stairs. At this time, Mo Qingwu was hiding behind Chuyang. She saw that Xiao Changfeng was angry, but didn't dare to say anything. Moreover, he had lowered his head, so he looked even more like a rubber ball. She immediately felt that it was funny. So she moved close to Chuyang's ear and said, "Elder brother Chuyang, that short fatty is really fun to play with." Her voice was very soft, so Chuyang could only vaguely hear it. However, Xiao Changfeng had a high cultivation level. He heard it clearly. His face immediately turned angry. He looked at Mo Qingwu with a cold and sinister gaze. He thought to himself, "Wait until these two people leave. I'll teach you a lesson." The little thing in Mo Qingwu's pocket also heard it when she spoke. It couldn't help but be curious, so it stuck out half of its head from the pocket. It wanted to sneak a look at that short fatty. Xiao Changfeng glanced over and immediately saw the small spirit beast's head in Mo Qingwu's pocket. His eyes immediately lit up. Could it be Wind Fox? Wouldn't my purpose of coming down here be achieved if I get this thing? He rolled his eyes. Then he lowered his head. "You can go now." Buluqing looked at Xiao Changfeng and said coldly, "Don't think that I don't know what you're thinking. Get lost." Xiao Changfeng's fat body trembled. He said, "This junior will follow Senior's orders. I won't dare to act recklessly." He rolled his eyes and said, "It's just that this little girl is a person that my clan has issued strict orders to arrest. This junior wants to take her away. I ask Senior to help me. He pointed at Mo Qingwu as he said this. Chu Yang was furious. He took a step forward, but he didn't get enough time to speak. He saw Bu Luqing frown and look at Xiao Changfeng. Your clan ordered you to come down here and capture this little girl. Yes. Xiao Changfeng said respectfully. I ask Senior to help this junior this time on account of your friendship with my ancestor, Xiao Qinyu. The Xiao Qinyu he was talking about was the founder of one of the great clans, the Xiao clan. He had a friendship with Bu Luqing in those days. However, he disappeared not long after. Bu Luqing suddenly heard the name of his old friend from 10,000 years ago. He couldn't help but feel frustrated. It seemed as if the past 10,000 years were all in front of him. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh and said, Morning rain and evening sun don't regret the sword. Autumn and spring waves meet the wind. Ha ha, 10,000 years. All right, this old man will help you. Xiao Changfeng couldn't help but feel ecstatic in his heart. He said, Thank you very much, Senior. Bu Luqing coldly snorted and said, What you want is the wind fox in her pocket, right? Huh. But I'll help you because you mentioned a name from 10,000 years ago, and it touched my state of mind. But I'll help you. But that doesn't mean that I won't punish you. If everyone in the world thinks that I, Bu Luqing, am a fool like you, wouldn't that make this old man lose face? He angrily snorted as he said this. This snort was like a huge hammer that came down from the sky. Xiao Changfeng's left shoulder suddenly got smashed into pieces. He screamed miserably. His complexion turned deathly pale. He trembled as he said, Thank you very much for your lesson, Senior. Go, Bu Luqing coldly said. Xiao Changfeng turned his head and straightened his body. His arm had just been crippled. But he still didn't put these mere king-level experts in his eyes since he was a monarch-level expert. Clang, clang, clang. Gu Du Xing, Luo Kudi, and GMO unsheathed their swords at the same time. The snow-filled sky suddenly became bleak and desolate. A heavy and vigorous aura suddenly erupted. Dong Wushang slowly pulled out his black saber. Gu Du Xing raised his eyebrows. His eyebrows were like swords. His gaze was as sharp as a sword. His body was as straight as a sword. He and his sword seemed to have turned into an inseparable whole at this moment. He emitted a cold, murderous aura as he locked onto Xiao Changfeng. Dong Wushang raised his eyebrows. It was as if two treasured sabers had been unsheathed at the same time. His gaze was like two flying sabers that flew horizontally and horizontally. His entire body seemed to have turned into a big saber that wanted to cut through the world. His body slightly bent forward, like a leopard that was about to hunt its prey. He locked onto Xiao Changfeng. Chu Yang took a step forward and stood in front of Mo Qingwu. He put his hands behind his back and proudly looked at Xiao Changfeng. The sword spirit had received Chu Yang's instructions. He was already fully concentrated. Take over Chu Yang's body. I must use all 10 moves of the Calamity Sword within one strike to eliminate this nauseating short and fat man. I won't hesitate, even if I have to expose my identity in front of these 2 supreme-level experts. Bu Luqing exclaimed in surprise. Then he muttered, 5 top-notch constitutions. They have guts and courage. What a pity. It was obvious that Chu Yang and the other 4 weren't a match for Xiao Changfeng in his eyes. However, he had already made a promise, so he wouldn't change his mind. Xiao Changfeng ferociously roared, Go! The 3 of them pounced forward at the same time. Go fuck your mother. A voice suddenly came down. Immediately after, a voice from high up in the sky shouted, This fat pig! Do you dare to touch a finger of that little girl's? Why don't you try? However, this voice was a little too late. Xiao Changfeng's fat body had already pounced forward. He couldn't take it back even if he wanted to. Anyone in his place wouldn't have the slightest scruple, because Bulu Qing had spoken. Moreover, he had agreed. So who would dare to stop him? Therefore, Xiao Changfeng hadn't thought that this matter could still cause problems. He obviously knew that Ning Tianya was also here. However, Bulu Qing had spoken. Could it be that Ning Tianya wouldn't give him face? This was something that had to be given. He would have given it if he were in Bulu Qing's place. Therefore, he nimbly pounced forward. He carried the momentum of a thunderbolt. Therefore, it was a tragedy for him. He hadn't thought that the current Ning Tianya wouldn't care about Bulu Qing's face. Ning Tianya had been waiting in the sky. He hadn't come down to reveal his true purpose. He clearly knew the preciousness of this heavenly Yin body and innate spirit meridians. He was afraid that Bulu Qing would discover Mo Qing Wu's aptitude if he exposed his purpose. Then Bulu Qing would snatch her away from him. Both of them had lived for so long. However, they had always adhered to the principle of better to have nothing than to have something shoddy. So, neither of them had accepted any disciple. However, both of them had a knot in their hearts. Don't tell me that there's no inheritance for these supreme skills. Will these earth-shattering martial arts become a legend when I leave this world one day? Ning Tianya put himself in Bulu Qing's shoes. He knew that he would have snatched her away if he were Bulu Qing. Therefore, he hadn't acted blindly without thinking. As long as Bulu Qing left, everything would be fine. However, he hadn't expected that Bulu Qing would leave after losing a lot of face. This damn fatty had made such a move. He had set his sights on Mo Qing Wu. Ning Tianya was so angry that his stomach was about to burst. If human flesh could be eaten, he would have already chewed and swallowed this fatty long ago. Fuck. This wretched and short fatty is a damned shit-stirrer. How could Ning Tianya remain calm when he saw this fatty pouncing towards his disciple? However, his shout didn't have any effect on him. Ning Tianya's anger rose from the bottom of his heart. Then he jumped down. Xiao Changfeng was about to catch Mo Qing Wu when Gu Duxing and the others arrived on their flying swords. Xiao Changfeng's body suddenly disappeared. Looking over in the blink of an eye, he saw that Xiao Changfeng was already lifted up in midair by an old man wearing a gray robe with one hand, while the other hand slapped him thrice. Is this old man's words so unreliable? Chapter 5:21. Xiao Changfeng felt dizzy and disoriented. His heart and guts had been torn apart. His entire body had turned ice cold. How did I manage to get rid of Bulu Qing with great difficulty? But Ning Tianya is still thinking about me? I'm done for. Senior, please spare my life. Xiao Changfeng was about to beg for mercy, but Ning Tianya had already thrown him up. He then grabbed Xiao Changfeng's ankle with one hand and smashed him on a big rock like a meteor hammer. He then angrily cursed. Do you think that this old man won't dare to touch you because you have Bulu Qing's support? Xiao Changfeng only had time to say half a sentence. Senior, please consider my Xiao clan. Before he was already swung onto the big rock. The second half of his sentence was smashed away along with the flesh and blood of his entire body. Do I have to touch you? Surname Xiao? So what if his surname is Xiao? Even if you are a bastard from one of the ruling clans of the upper three heavens, this old man will still smash you. Memory's old man Ning Tianya cursed as he swung. By the third time, Xiao Changfeng's fat body had already turned into a pile of minced meat. There was only a smelly foot left in Ning Tianya's hand. Ning Tianya threw out the smelly foot with a loud bang. His anger hadn't subsided yet. You actually dare to threaten me with the big clans? This world is crazy. Then Ning Tianya stretched out his hands and roared furiously. Die! 2 sharp bursts of energy exploded. The remaining 2 experts of the Xiao clan did not make a sound. They did not even have the time to beg for mercy. With a bang, their bodies exploded like firecrackers. Buluqing's pupils shrank. This Ning Tianya often yells and screams, but he has never been this angry. Why? Seeing that Ning Tianya's body had unexpectedly blocked in front of that little girl again, he couldn't help but think, could it be related to this little girl? Ning Tianya waved his hand and said to that heavenly layer law enforcer, well, there's nothing for you to do. The short and fat man you were in charge of supervising is already dead. You can go back to the upper 3 heavens. He shouted arrogantly as if he was the law enforcer's superior. Yes, Junior will take his leave. The man in white smiled bitterly, bowed to both of them, and turned to leave. He thought to himself that the Shao clan had suffered a loss this time. Shao Changfeng had died in the hands of Ning Tianya, and the Shao clan probably wouldn't even dare to mention it. They could only pinch their noses and admit it if they were to deal with Ning Tianya. Cough, cough, the white-robed man thought for a while. It seemed that the Shao clan still did not possess such strength now, unless they invited the few old ancestors to come out and besiege him. It seemed that the chances of victory were not great. Forget it. What does this have to do with me? I just have to bring the news back and be done with it. The man in white left. Ning Tianya stood upright in front of Mo Qingwu. He ignored the thanks of Gu Duxing and the others, and said, you guys should also leave. He was talking to Jun Shizhu and Dukyu. Then he added, little girl, your surname is Jun, right? Jun Shizhu replied, yes. I don't know who Senior is. Yes, you are a descendant of the Jun family. Yes, yes. Ning Tianya waved his hand. Let's go, let's go. If you have time to see that old but immortal ancestor of yours, tell him that Ning Tianya wants to have a drink with him. Jun Shizhu remained silent for a while. She wanted to say, I don't know where that legendary ancestor is now. Moreover, the Jun clan has long been gone. However, she swallowed this thought back to her mind. However, it would seem that she was asking for help if she had said so. Jun Shizhu didn't like this feeling. Therefore, she bowed respectfully and said, this junior will take her leave in that case. I will certainly pass on your message if I see the old ancestor. She nodded and bid farewell to Chu Yang. Then, she and Duke Yu led the dark bamboo and left with a whistling sound. You still haven't left? Ning Tianya had steeled his heart to remove all obstacles. So he said to the empty Buluqing, go quickly, go quickly. I will come and find you for a fight in a few days. Buluqing snorted. He looked at Ning Tianya with great interest and said, why would I stay for a few days? If you want to fight, we can do it now. How about we go to the Wind and Thunder platform and have a big fight now? I don't have time right now, Ning Tianya replied without any trace of politeness. You go quickly. He kept urging Buluqing to leave. However, the more he urged Buluqing, the more doubtful Buluqing became. So Buluqing didn't leave and said, you don't have time? How come I don't see you busy? I have something to do. Ning Tianya roared. Buluqing stroked his smooth chin. There was a thought-provoking look in his eyes as he said, Old Ning, you haven't taken a fancy to these 5 youngsters, have you? To be honest, these 5 little guys have good constitution, especially the one beside you who uses a saber and the other one who uses a sword. They are all heaven-sent geniuses. You want to accept disciples? The hearts of Gu Duxing and the others tightened when they heard this. What if a supreme-level expert accepts them as disciples? Luo Kudi and Jimo's eyes lit up. They were eager to give it a try. However, Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang looked at each other and saw the firmness in each other's eyes. Nonsense. Ning Tianya's heart skipped a beat as he said, I don't fancy these 5 little guys. Haha, these 2 little guys won't go with you even if you fancy them. Buluqing mischievously laughed. Unless you want the other 2 who use swords. Ning Tianya was startled. He had heard the hidden meaning in Bulu Qing's words. He turned his head to look at Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang and sized them up. Then he let out a long sigh and said, "Yes, these two won't go with anyone." On the other side, Chu Yang was somewhat puzzled. He asked, "Why does Senior say so?" Chu Yang was obviously reluctant to part with his brothers, but he also knew that this was a great fortune. Gu Duxing and the others' future achievements would be limitless if they were accepted as disciples by the two supreme-level experts. Moreover, the time it would take would be shortened by a lot. Ning Tianya looked at Chu Yang from the corner of his eyes and said, "You obviously can't see it with your little eyesight. One of these two little guys has sword bones all over his body, and the other has saber blood all over his body. They aren't heaven-sent geniuses with special constitutions, but they already have the embryonic form of a great master with a saber and a sword. They will only cripple themselves if they follow us and practice our martial arts." He insipidly said, "People like them can only fight in the Jianghu with a saber and a sword. They can only walk on the path of a great master as long as they don't die in the end." Bulu Qing chuckled in the sky. There have been many such people since ancient times, but there are very few who can truly become a great master without dying. That's because this is a path full of thorns. Every step is filled with murderous intent. It's really a path of death. Embryonic form of a great master. Chu Yang's eyes flashed. He looked at his two brothers and couldn't help but feel a sense of pride in his heart. As for the other two, they're indifferent. Ning Tianya looked at Luo Kadi and Jigua from the corner of his eyes. These two are glib-tongued and slippery. They're slippery and slippery. They're two big, slippery fellows. They exude a sense of mischievousness from head to toe. Even a supreme-level expert would be angered to death by them sooner or later if they were accepted as disciples. Bulu Qing laughed out loud in the sky. He agreed and said yes. Moreover, these two guys' aptitudes aren't very good. Their ruthlessness is somewhat fixed. They can't be changed if they don't work hard. They're indeed not good material to be disciples. Luo Kudi and Ji Mo's faces darkened. They felt indignant in their hearts. Are the two of us so unbearable? Fuck, we can't be angered to death by us. We can't beat you two. If we could beat you, we would have beaten you two old bastards to death right here. And you're still talking about angering us to death? How slow would that be? Their roots are somewhat fixed. They can't be changed if they don't work hard. We must change it. The reverence in their hearts towards the supreme-level experts suddenly vanished, like smoke in thin air as they thought of this. They straightened their backs, straightened their necks, and raised their heads. However, they tilted their heads and looked to one side. An untamed feeling rose in their hearts. You said that the two of us were unbearable. We'll show you what we can do. Phut! We must let the world know that the supreme-level experts can also be wrong. Two old bastards. Phut! Bah! Bulu Qing and Ning Tianya looked at each other. Chu Yang pondered for a moment. Then he lowered his head. He didn't want Luo Kudi and GMO to see the gratitude in his eyes. He was grateful to Ning Tianya and Bulu Qing. Luo Kudi, GMO, and Miao Butong had always been Chu Yang's biggest worry. These three people's roots were in the upper echelons. However, they were definitely not top-notch. However, Dong Wushang and Gu Duxing had indisputable top-notch aptitudes. The brothers seemed to be on par with each other now. However, the gap between them wasn't big. Once they reached a higher level, these three people would definitely be pulled further and further away from each other. This was something that no one could help with. Even if Chu Yang used elixirs to continuously improve, it would be impossible for him to catch up with the overall progress. If he used too many elixirs, it would be completely harmful to them. Moreover, Miao Butong was a little stronger. However, Luo Kudi and GMO were born lazy. Moreover, they belonged to the type of people who didn't have any goals in life. They were the type of people who would just muddle along and wait for death. Chu Yang had always wanted to change them. However, he didn't know where to start. Today, the two supreme-level experts had unintentionally shaped the direction of their life's efforts. They had changed them from the root. Although it was just 2 short sentences, the effect of these 2 sentences was unparalleled. The words were the same. However, the effect would be completely different if they were spoken by different people. If Xiat Dan Qiong and Ao Xieyin had said the words of Ning Tianya and Bu Luqing, GMO and Luo Kadi would have fought them to the death, because this was the contempt of jealousy. If Chu Yang had said it, the 2 of them would have had a grudge in their hearts. Are you saying that the 2 of us aren't compatible? Therefore, Chu Yang had never said it. However, when it came from Ning Tianya and Bu Luqing's mouths, it was a kind of final decision. This had instead aroused the fighting spirit of Luo Kudi and GMO. However, Ning Tianya and Bu Luqing were now looking at Chu Yang. Both of them shook their heads. There was some confusion in their eyes. This was because they couldn't see through this youngster's physique. It was obviously a very trashy root. However, there was too much uncertainty. What was going on? However, Bu Luqing looked away after a glance. He smiled and said, Ning Tianya, move aside. Let me look at the little girl behind you. Ning Tianya jumped up as if he had been stung by a scorpion. Why? He was angry and anxious. Motherfucker! I knew that this bastard would stay here and not leave. It felt wrong. Today I had a headache for the whole day. My temples have been throbbing in pain since the early hours of the morning. It's extremely uncomfortable. I got up early in the morning and went to the hospital for a checkup. They said that I was too tired and had a slight migraine. However, it doesn't matter. I'll be fine after some rest. They told me not to panic. The doctor asked me, "Did you stay up all night yesterday?" I said, "I didn't stay up all night yesterday. However, I've been staying up all night for more than 3 years." The doctor was startled and said, "Are you a god? You're still alive after staying up all night for 3 years? Your headache hasn't killed you yet." I was immediately speechless. This guy is too ignorant. Let's take a look. Let's not talk about me staying up all night for 3 years. There are also many people who have stayed up all night for more than 10 years. I'll go out and stroll. I'll find a high place. I'll go to the ends of the earth. There's no wind today. It's a rare good weather. Chapter 522. Ning Tianyu was very depressed. He had been hoping that Bu Luqing would leave quickly, but the opposite party was here to talk nonsense with him. After all, both sides had been friends for thousands of years. How could he ignore the opposite party's words? He said a few words and also gave these little guys some pointers. It could be seen that these people were very concerned about his little disciple. Ning Tianyu admired them very much. But Bu Luqing suddenly said that he wanted to see his little disciple? How could that be? Didn't he see that he had been blocking the little girl? Even when the little girl came out of curiosity, he had also blocked her without leaving a trace. Why? Wasn't it because he didn't want Bu Luqing to see her? You've worked so hard for so long, and you want to see her? Fuck! You want to see her just by touching her lips? How could it be so easy? What if you can't take it out after seeing it? I firmly refuse. Bu Luqing's eyes flashed with a trace of a smile. He had deliberately led the topic to the matter of accepting a disciple. He wanted to see this old guy's reaction. Sure enough, this old guy immediately became nervous. Humph, what else could it be if he didn't fancy that little girl? But what's so good about this little girl? She's worth this old guy's painstaking effort for? Why can't I see it? Bu Luqing was curious. I must see her. I won't snatch your disciple. What's there to be afraid of? Bu Luqing said unhappily. He sighed and said, Only our disciples will continue the dispute between us after we leave this world. It's just like how the disciples of Chen Feng and Lu Yun compete for the reputation of their sections. How can I feel at ease accepting a disciple if I don't take a look at your disciple? Ning Tianya was in a dilemma. He was conflicted for a long time. Then he said, "You really won't snatch her from me?" Bulu Qing was displeased. He said, "You old thing, you are really narrow-minded. I, Bulu Qing, am a reputable person in this heavenly lair. How can I do such a tasteless thing, like snatching a disciple from someone else?" Chu Yang was worried and happy at the same time. So, this supreme martial artist has taken a fancy to Mo Qing Wu. He was worried that he wouldn't be able to see little Wu for a long time if he were to take her away. But he was happy that Mo Qing Wu would be able to reach the heavens in a single bound. At this time, Ning Tianya finally moved his body unwillingly and revealed the small body that had been blocking behind him all along. He still didn't feel at ease as he said, "Didn't we agree that you won't snatch it from me?" Bulu Qing nodded indifferently. "Yes, I won't follow you." Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and 2 beams of white light shot out from his eyes. He exclaimed softly, "I skin J bone." With a schwa sound, he descended from the sky. It turned out that Mo Qing Wu had heard these 2 people arguing over her. So, she couldn't help but tightly grab Chu Yang's lapel with her small hand. Because of this grab, a small part of her snow-white wrist was exposed. At this moment, Bulu Qing's gaze landed on this wrist. A tremor ran through the air. Ning Tianya's complexion changed. He took 2 steps forward and warned, "You said that you won't snatch it from me." Bulu Qing's eyes roamed around Mo Qing Wu's body. Then he unconsciously said, "Are you kidding me? It's not only ice skin jade bone, but also heavenly in body? Hiss. It's actually innate spirit meridians." Bulu Qing finally discovered something when he sensed the changes in the spirit energy around Mo Qing Wu's body. He gasped with a hiss sound and was completely stunned. After a long time, Bulu Qing suddenly raised his head and burst into loud laughter. "No wonder that old bastard Ning Tianya hid it from me. It turns out that it's such a treasure. Such a treasure. You, Ning Tianya, want to quietly take it for yourself? How can it be so cheap? What are you laughing at?" Ning Tianya looked at him vigilantly. He clenched his teeth and said, "Old bastard, you said that you won't snatch it from me. I'll definitely take this disciple." Bulu Qing's eyes sparkled as he said in a resolute and decisive manner. Then he said in a soft voice, "Little girl, can you worship me as your master? Your master is very powerful. He's number 1 in the world. If you worship me as your master, the title of number 1 in the world will be yours sooner or later." Ning Tianya almost vomited blood. He angrily said, "Bulu Qing, don't tell me that you're talking nonsense." He fiercely glared at him. His anger surged like a mountain. "You said that you won't snatch it from me." Bulu Qing rolled his eyes and said, "Do you believe what I said?" Ning Tianya staggered in anger. He said, as if he wanted to vomit blood, "You are shameless." "Bulu Qing, how can you be so shameless?" Bulu Qing rubbed his hands. He felt somewhat embarrassed and said, "Old Ning, you can't blame me for this. How could I know that the person you're looking for has ice skin jade bone? Moreover, she has heavenly in body and is blessed by the heavens. Moreover, she has innate spirit meridians and immortal physique. I said that I won't snatch it from you. But am I still human if I don't snatch it from you when I meet such a rare talent?" Ning Tianya's entire body trembled with anger. "You say it yourself. How shameless are your words?" Bulu Qing gently and elegantly said, "Old Ning, don't get angry. We're both over 10,000 years old. It's not good to get angry. It's harmful to the body. So, tell me what conditions you want to give me this disciple." "I don't want any conditions." Ning Tianya roared. I'll give you the 10,000-year-old snow lotus. I'll also give you the heavenly weapon and the mysterious soul. I'll also give you the sky green mushroom. How about it? Buluching said with a smile. Those things you can keep them and take them to your grave. Ning Tianya burst into anger. Can you snatch my disciple? I admit that you're number one in the world. Is that good enough? Buluching said, I'll make an announcement in the upper 3 heavens tomorrow. I'll say that you're the number 1 expert in the world. And I, Buluching, was forced to flee in embarrassment by you. Is that good enough? Buluching sincerely said, Old Ning, I'm sincere. I'm sincere. I don't even care about my reputation. I don't even care about my face. The sacrifice I'm making isn't small. Ning Tianya spat out a mouthful of saliva. His face and neck turned red. What reputation and face do you still have? You went back on your words a moment ago, and you're still boasting about your reputation and face. He gasped for breath and loudly said, I used to think that you were a big shot, but it seems that I was gravely mistaken. I was blind. Buluching's reputation and face added together can't even compare to a single hair on my feet. Buluching's complexion gradually changed. He coldly said, Old Ning, give me a straightforward answer. Will you give me this disciple or not? What will it take for you to give her up? Ning Tianya resolutely said, I won't give her up even if you twist my head off. You won't give her up? Buluching's eyes became more and more dangerous. I won't give her up no matter what. Ning Tianya panted. You and I will be irreconcilable if you don't give her up today. Buluching was somewhat anxious. When have you ever been irreconcilable with me? Ning Tianya snorted. He disdainfully said, How come I don't know about it? Chu Yang and the others watched these 2 supreme experts quarrel in front of them. They were somewhat dumbfounded. Chu Yang was the first to recover. He moved close to Mo Qingwu's ear and said, These 2 want to accept you as their disciple, Mo Qingwu pitifully whispered. But I don't want to be their disciple. I don't want to leave you, elder brother Chu Yang. Mo Qingwu's voice was very soft. But what kind of cultivation did these 2 supreme experts have? How could they not hear her? Both of them turned their heads and looked at the little girl. Chu Yang's purpose was obviously to maximize the benefits. So he obviously didn't say anything when he saw that these 2 old guys had heard her. He just stood aside with a smile. Let's fight. The more we fight, the more benefits the little girl will get. The little girl's lips were pouting and flattening. Her eyes were a little red. She looked at these 2 supreme experts with resentment. She pouted when she saw them looking at her. She snorted and turned her head away. Then she stuffed her little head into Chu Yang's bosom. Ning Tianya was somewhat petrified. Did I hear it wrong? The 2 of us are almost fighting here. So, the little girl doesn't want to be his disciple? Ha ha ha. Buluching finally held his belly and laughed. I thought that you, Old Ning, had already taken care of this little girl. So I wasted my breath here. But you didn't succeed after all this time. That's good. Very good. Good my ass. Ning Tianya's breathing was heavy. Then he turned his face and said with a benevolent look, Little girl, you see, I can help you fulfill all your wishes as long as you acknowledge me as your master. Moreover, look at that man. He looks like a human, but he eats people without spitting out their bones. He's too scary. You won't have a good life if you become his disciple. Ning Tianya was trying to tempt and scare her. He was resorting to every possible means. Being with elder brother Chu Yang is my wish. The little girl shook her head vigorously. She grabbed Chu Yang's lapel with all her might. My wish has been fulfilled. I don't need your help anymore. Buluching also came over. He thought for a long time. Then He suddenly took out something from his bosom. He smiled kindly. Come, little girl. This is for you. Haha. It's fun, right? Tell me, what's your name? My name is Mo Ching Wu. Mo Ching Wu shrank back in fear. She curiously looked at the little person in his palm. It was made entirely out of purple crystal essence. It was shining brightly. It seemed very fun. Mo Ching Wu? Good name. Buluching praised her nonstop. He demonstrated. You see, this little person fights by itself when you move like this, and it somersaults when you move like this, and it moves like this. Mo Chingwu looked curiously. Her eyes became brighter and brighter. Wow, it's really fun. Ning Tianya immediately became anxious. He searched his body with both hands, but he couldn't find anything. He was away from home. He didn't even bring a weapon with him. So, why would he bring such a small toy to coax a child? He became anxious when he saw that Buluching had closed the relationship with the little girl in an instant. Buluching was very proud of himself. He said, Mo Ching Wu. I'll call you Little Wu, okay? Okay. Mo Ching Wu nodded. She fiddled with the purple crystal little person in her palm. She said, without raising her head, That's what my mother calls me. Mother. Buluching looked a little embarrassed. Then he said softly, Look at this thing. Isn't it fun? I have a lot of it as long as you come back with me. He went out for a stroll. His head hurt more and more. He had no choice but to do a head massage. He felt a little better. He quickly came back to write this chapter. Hey, the quality is really good. It's written very well. I'll sleep early tonight to restore my energy. I can finally take the medicine now. I didn't dare to take the medicine that I brought back because it has a sleeping effect. It said that the effect is quite strong. I've finished writing now. Although it's only 2 chapters, it's enough to account for everyone. I'm relieved. I can finally take the medicine and sleep, hee. To celebrate being able to sleep early, I'm begging for a monthly vote. I didn't explode today. If you want to vote, vote. If you don't want to vote, I won't force you. Anyway, thank you. Chapter 5:23. It must have been hard on him. In order to seduce this piggy brother, he actually learned how to coax children. For these 10,000 years old monsters, this was quite difficult. No way. Ning Tianya rushed up with a pale face. He pushed Buluching without any hesitation and squatted down. Come with me. There are more fun things at my place, but I don't want to go anywhere. Mo Chingguo said timidly. She reluctantly handed the little purple crystal figure back to Buluching. I'll give it to you. Buluching said amiably, Keep it. Hee, I still have a lot of them. Really? Mo Chingwu blinked and asked. Of course. Buluching said seriously. He was secretly proud. It seemed that he had already gotten half of this disciple. Mo Chingwu happily put the little purple crystal figure into her pocket. What is this? Suddenly, Mo Chingwu's body trembled and she let out a shriek, as if she had received a great shock. Then, she fished out a snow-white, furry little fox from her pocket. This little fox was only the size of a palm. It squatted on Mo Chingwu's hand obediently and wriggled slowly. Its whole body was snow-white. Only its 2 shiny black eyes were looking up at Mo Chingwu. It squeaked twice and looked very pitiful. Wow, what a cute little thing. Mo Chingwu was overjoyed. She liked this little thing at first sight. She held it in one hand and raised it in front of her eyes. So cute. Little thing, what's your name? As she said, she reached out her other hand to stroke it. The little thing timidly reached out a snow-white front paw and actually shook her hand gently. Then it retracted its paw and squeaked shyly. Emo Chingu was very happy. She said, "Little thing, where did you come from? Why are you in my pocket?" The little thing obviously didn't understand her words. It squeaked and looked at her innocently. Emo Chingu was instantly defeated by such a gaze. She held it lovingly and said, "Follow me from now on, okay? Little guy, I'll give you a name. Let's call you Xiao Shua, okay?" The little fellow tilted its head and looked at Emo Chingu. It moved its body and crawled a step on Emo Chingu's hand. It squeaked and then stretched its limbs and lay down comfortably on her hand. It was as if he had already acknowledged this name. Chu Yang's eyes also lit up. Gu Duxing and the others were also flabbergasted. This little thing doesn't seem to have any attack power, but it's also very smart and cute. Moreover, it's so clean. But how did it suddenly run into Emo Chingu's pocket? Ning Tianya and Buluqing glanced at each other. The wind fox is a spirit beast. It has reverted to its most primitive state in such a way to please this little girl? Even spirit beasts knew who was good and who was bad. Little thing, Ning Tianya glared at him. The wind fox was so scared that it shivered. "Do you want to follow her?" He grabbed the wind fox in his hand and said fiercely, "Don't play dumb with me." In front of us, you only want to take advantage of us? I'll crush you. Nod if you agree. If you don't, I'll crush you. Emo Chingu anxiously cried out in distress. "Give it to me, give it to me. Don't bully my little Snow, okay?" Her voice hadn't faded when she suddenly screamed. In her eyes, that little thing that couldn't understand human language was looking at her with eyes full of grievances. It then nodded in an aggrieved manner. Can it understand human language? Emo Chingu was stunned. She opened her beautiful eyes wide. She pointed at this little thing and asked in a trembling voice, "Spirit beast of spirit beast, how can it not understand human language?" Ning Tianya rolled his eyes. "Spirit beast of spirit beast of spirit beast?" Gu Duxing and the others exclaimed together. "This harmless little thing that isn't even as big as a fist is a spirit beast of spirit beast of spirit beast of spirit beast?" This adjective obviously made the wind fox very unhappy. It rolled its eyes, but didn't dare to flare up. Instead, it glared fiercely at Gu Duxing. Two supreme level experts are here. It can't run away even if it has great abilities. Have you thought it through? Yes or no? Ning Tianya roared again. The wind fox felt extremely wronged. Didn't Shou Kai already nod? Why does he have to nod again? It had no choice but to nod again. Humph! What are you waiting for? Don't tell me that you want to be as unruly as a wild animal. Ning Tianya wrinkled his brows and shouted, "You still haven't recognized me as your master? Do you want this old man to crush a few of your bones?" The wind fox shook twice in his hand. It pitifully looked at Emo Chingu for a while. He saw that the little girl's eyes were full of love and affection. She looked at it for a long time. Then she let out a sigh in a very human-like manner. It was like a helpless sigh of a human. "Forget it, forget it. It seems that I, the great Lord Wind Fox, will turn into a wisp of fox soul if I don't recognize this little girl as my master today." The wind fox shuddered and closed its eyes. Then a white gas suddenly emitted from its head. The white gas got denser and denser, and gradually formed a circle. The circle was full of strange patterns. A pocket-sized wind fox was squatting in the middle of the circle. It was only the size of a finger. At the same time, a strange fragrance burst out. Suddenly, the wind-eared fox's body began to emit a sweet fragrance. "Little girl, foam, bite your finger, and drip a drop of blood on the forehead of this little wind fox in the circle. Quickly," Ning Tianya urged. "Why?" The little girl tilted her head and asked, "If you do this, this little thing will belong to you from now on." Ning Tianya was dumbfounded. Other people would be willing to break their heads if they encountered such a good thing. But this little girl is asking why. Ning Tianya would have sent someone flying with a slap if it had been someone else. But he couldn't bear to do this to this little girl. Really? Mo Chingwu replied. Then she happily went to bite her own finger. Then she said in a somewhat pitiful manner, "But it will hurt a lot." Ning Tianya was helpless. He grabbed her little hand and scratched it with his fingernail. A drop of blood seeped out from her hand. He held her little hand and pressed it on the forehead of the little winged fox in the circle. Just as the blood came into contact with the little winged fox, a white light suddenly shone from the winged fox's body. It shrouded its little body, and Mo Chingwu. All kinds of mysterious symbols suddenly flew out of the circle and spun rapidly. Then, with a whoosh, they slowly merged into Mo Chingwu's body. Chu Yang's eyes didn't turn away. He was relieved. Didn't this mean that the little girl had a super bodyguard who was at least a monarch-level spirit beast? This is a spirit beast contract. It's an extremely rare thing in the heavenly continent. Ning Tianya flaunted. Unless the spirit beast is willing to offer a wisp of its soul to form an ancient contract pattern, it's impossible to successfully form a hoof not with external force. So that's how it is. Chu Yang nodded silently. No wonder I've never heard of this thing. It's so difficult. Which spirit beast of this level isn't an extremely proud overlord? What kind of spirit beast would willingly hand over its own spirit essence? It's done. Buluchin came over and clicked his tongue in wonder. My disciple is amazing. She hasn't even entered the sect, and she has already subdued a spirit beast as a pet. Ning Tian, you rudely interrupted. What do you mean by your disciple? That's my disciple. The winged fox gloomily rolled its eyes. What do you mean by subduing a spirit beast as a pet? If you two old farts weren't here, you would have let this little girl try to subdue me? Luo Kudi and GMO looked at Mo Chingwu enviously. This little girl is so lucky. 2 supreme-level experts are fighting to take her as a disciple. She even subdued a spirit beast as a pet, especially Luo Kudi. He suddenly felt somewhat tragic when he thought of the half-dead little beast he was raising. Why is the gap between people so big? Mo Chingwu only felt a little dizzy. It seemed that there was something extra in her head. She looked at the winged fox again and felt more and more familiar. A clear thought came over. Master. The voice was tender and pitiful. Wow, are you talking to me? Mo Chingwu jumped 3 feet high. Then she held the winged fox in her hands and started to play with it. She was immediately pulled over by Ning Tianya. The winged fox slipped into Mo Chingwu's pocket. Little Wu, quickly worship me as your master. Your master has given you a winged fox. Ning Tianya anxiously urged. The winged fox in Mo Chingwu's pocket popped out again. It looked at this guy with contempt. What do you mean by you? Can you afford to give me, Lord Wind Fox? Worship me as your master. He can't. Look at this old man. He's so sloppy. If you follow him as his disciple, such a beautiful girl will become ugly. Bulu Qing came over. Mo Chingwu was in a dilemma. She bit her lip and said, "But I don't want to worship you as my master." Chu Yang patted her shoulder and said, "Little Wu, this is your chance. Don't miss it. Come back after you've learned my martial arts. Won't you be able to protect Brother Chu Yang then? Brother Chu Yang is still waiting for you to protect him." Mo Chingwu's gaze suddenly froze. After a long time, she bit her lip and said with tears in her eyes, "If Brother Chu Yang says so, then so be it. But what if I can't see you anymore?" Chu Yang said patiently, "Think about it. You're going to protect me for a lifetime. You won't be able to see me for a few years, but you can protect Brother Chu Yang for a lifetime. How good is that? How could Chu Yang let the little girl give up this chance? This was a disciple of a supreme martial artist. Although Chu Yang was reluctant, such a chance was not something that could be encountered normally. It was rare for these 10,000-year-old monsters to come out. Now that they had encountered them, how could they let them go? You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.